Chapter 115. Lu Yufeng. The night gradually receded, and the sky was already bright. Zhuowen came out of the tent and saw that Feng Yu and the others had already started to pack up. He couldn't help but smile and wanted to go forward to help. "You're really a young master. You slept until dawn, and we still have to keep watch for you. However, it's really strange that I didn't encounter any origin beasts last night. What a pity." Before he walked over, the cold laughter of the girl in the red dress rang out in the morning sky. Ignoring the red-dressed girl, Zhuowen went straight to Feng Yu's side and helped her clean up. He also knew that the red-dressed girl was looking for trouble. Seeing that he was just an ordinary alchemist who would drag them down, she tried every possible means to ridicule him. If it was a competition of strength, Zhuowen's strength was enough to instantly kill all three of them, including Feng Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that he had an unfathomable relationship with their leader Han Shui, as well as Feng Yu's simple and honest attitude with Zhuowen's temperament, he would have already killed them and scrupulously. Furthermore, if he had not intentionally released a trace of dragon aura in his body last night and scared off many metabeasts, she really thought that she would be able to get through the night so peacefully. Looking at Zhuowen's indifferent attitude, the red-dressed girl was so angry that she stomped her feet. Just when she was about to go up and teach this arrogant brat a lesson, she was suddenly stared back by Feng Yu's stern eyes. She snorted and ran over to the white-clothed youth. It was unknown what the white-clothed youth said, but after a while, the young girl let out a bell-like laughter. Little brother Xiao Qian's character is just like that. It's all my fault for spoiling her too much, causing her to develop such an unruly character. Don't mind it." Seeing Zhuowen coming over to help, Feng Yu's rough face showed a simple and honest smile. Zhuowen smiled, indicating that he did not mind, and immediately said lightly, "Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Feng Yu. I am afraid that we will have to separate here." Brother Xiao, isn't your destination the same as ours? Luchuan Town. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Moreover, the Annihilation Forest is full of dangers. It's too dangerous for you to go alone." Feng Yu said with some surprise. Let's go. Uncle Feng Yu, we don't need to bring a burden with us. This guy is just an ordinary person. He will only drag us down." The girl in the red dress not far away also heard the conversation between the two. Her pretty face was happy, and when she saw that Feng Yu was about to open her mouth to urge them to stay, she quickly interrupted, helplessly shaking her head. Feng Yu also saw the determination on Zhuowen's face. She smiled apologetically and did not stop him. However, just as she was about to turn around, she frowned and said, "Why are these annoying fellows here?" Zhuowen, who was originally about to leave, could not help but cast his gaze towards the main road in front of him when he heard Feng Yu's words. He saw 7 or 8 figures riding tall, blood-red horses, rushing over like a storm. Along the way, countless piles of fallen leaves on the ground also immediately tumbled. Among the 7 or 8 figures, a middle-aged man with a face full of scars and a blindfold over his right eye was the most conspicuous. Moreover, this man's aura was much stronger than the figures behind him. Clearly, he was the leader of this group. Who is he? Looking at the scarred man, Zhuowen couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Yufeng, the guard captain of the Lu family of Luchuan Town. Feng Yu smiled bitterly and said, "You also know that the Lu family of Luchuan Town is not on good terms with the Mercenary Alliance. This guy coming out this time is definitely not a good thing. Moreover, Lu Yufeng's cultivation has reached the 7th stage of the Void realm. He is a top figure in the entire Luchuan Town. We should avoid him, otherwise we will suffer." Not far away, the girl in the red dress and the young man in white also saw Lu Yufeng and the others galloping over. Their faces immediately turned ugly, and they involuntarily moved closer to Feng Yu, making a path for them. Nay, while they were talking, Lu Yufeng and the others had already galloped over. He suddenly pulled the reins and stopped in front of the four people. His gaze swept over the four people, and he grinned. Isn't this Feng Yu of the Flowing Flame Mercenary Group? Now that the Flowing Flame Mercenary Group is in chaos, you still have the leisure to wander around the Forest of Oblivion? Hearing this, Feng Yu's expression changed, and she said in a deep voice, Lu Yufeng, what happened to our Flowing Flame Mercenary Group? He. I don't need to answer a piece of trash like you. Lu Yufeng glanced at Feng Yu contemptuously. His gaze immediately stopped on the girl in the red dress behind her, and she looked a little scared. He continued, Little Qian, you are becoming more and more beautiful. You have a great figure. I wonder how you will feel. Lu Yufeng's gaze carried a hint of evilness as he glanced at the figure in the red dress from time to time. Disgusting laughter came from his mouth, and the subordinates behind him also burst into laughter. Their arrogance was not ordinary. Hearing Lu Yufeng's laughter, the girl in the red dress trembled. She quickly shrank her petite body behind the young man in white and did not say a word. She knew how strong the man in front of her was. Even if the three of them joined forces, they were no match for Lu Yufeng. The gap between the two sides was too big. Lu Yufeng, don't go too far. You should know that our Flowing Flame Mercenary Group has the support of the Mercenary Alliance. Do you want to go against the entire Mercenary Alliance? Feng Yu's face turned red and blue. Lu Yufeng's words did not have any scruples. Even he could not help but feel embarrassed. Your Flowing Flame Mercenary Group is wanted by our Lu family. Now, even the Mercenary Alliance can't protect your Flowing Flame Mercenary Group. You should know that our Patriarch has already found the location of the secret treasure. In order to obtain information about the secret treasure's location, the Mercenary Alliance has already handed your Flowing Flame Mercenary Group over to our Lu family. Lu Yufeng looked at Feng Yu as if he was looking at a dead man. What? The Mercenary Alliance dares to do this? Feng Yu's face suddenly turned pale as he said in disbelief. In front of benefits, there is nothing that cannot be abandoned. Our young master, Lu Yuan, died because of your leader. Since you killed the young master, your Flowing Flame Mercenary Group naturally has a certain level of awareness. Before, you had the Mercenary Alliance's protection, so we couldn't touch you. But now it's different. Lu Yufeng lightly tapped his foot and lightly dismounted from his horse. He grinned and said, However, the core members of your mercenary group have already been surrounded by our Lu family. The three of you are just small characters. If you can agree to a small condition of mine, I will agree to let you go. Feng Yu looked at Lu Yufeng vigilantly. He faintly felt a trace of foreboding in his heart. He coldly said, What condition? It's very simple. Let Miss Xiao Qian play with us for a few days. Then we will let you go. Lu Yufeng's gaze was fixed on the girl in red dress behind the white-clothed youth. The evil intent in his eyes could not be erased for a long time. As soon as he made this suggestion, the 7 or 8 subordinates behind him immediately became restless. Some of them even began to wantonly whistle. When the girl in red heard this, her face immediately became incomparably pale. A layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well that if she fell into the hands of Lu Yufeng and the others, she would not be able to live for long. She had heard that Lu Yufeng was a notorious sadist in Lu Chuan town. Lu Yufeng, you beast, don't even think about it. Feng Yu's face immediately turned red with anger. The girl in red dress was his niece. How could he let Lu Yufeng and the others defile her? As he spoke, Feng Yu suddenly pulled out his heavy sword and rushed in front of Lu Yufeng. Yuan Qi burst out from his hands as he ruthlessly smashed towards Lu Yufeng's head. It seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then, I will cripple you first. Lu Yufeng sneered. His right hand gently stretched out like a snake. Then, he easily grabbed the heavy sword with his bare hand. His left hand formed a palm and gently slammed into Feng Yu's chest. Boom! Feng Yu's pupils shrank. Then, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest. It was abnormally heavy. Puff! Feng Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and was suddenly sent flying. After rolling on the ground for more than a dozen times, he finally crashed into a tree trunk and stopped. He coughed out blood repeatedly, and his aura was weak. Uncle Feng! The girl in red dress hiding behind the white-clothed youth cried out in alarm. Her entire body began to tremble. Now, her entire body was shrinking behind the white-clothed youth. Kid, don't tell me you want to be a hero and save the beauty with a mere Nirvana stage warrior like you. After dealing with Feng Yu, Lu Yufeng turned his face and looked at the white-clothed youth not far away. He grinned, revealing a row of cold teeth. A trace of cold sweat slowly fell from the white-clothed youth's forehead. He glanced at Feng Yu, whose aura was very weak in the distance. The white-clothed youth's face became even paler. Plop! Under the somewhat dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, the white-clothed youth suddenly knelt on the ground. He trembled as he bowed to Lu Yufeng and said, "Lord Lu, please spare my life. I have nothing to do with these two people." The girl in red dress looked at the white-clothed youth, who was kneeling and begging for mercy in disbelief. Was this still the Feng Gong that she had always admired? The number one genius of the mercenary group that she secretly admired? Oh, since you have nothing to do with them, why don't you get out of the way? Are you blocking my way? Lu Yufeng suddenly slapped the white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth didn't get angry. He revealed a fawning smile on his face and ruthlessly pulled away the girl in red's hand that was holding on to him. He moved aside and bowed. The girl in red dress stared blankly at the empty space in front of her. She didn't expect Feng Gong to change his face so quickly. At the critical moment of life and death, he actually decided to betray her. Looking at Lu Yufeng, who was getting closer and closer, the girl in red dress suddenly felt very lonely and desperate. Even her most trusted back had betrayed her at this moment. Who else could she rely on now? How troublesome. Just when Lu Yufeng was about to grab the girl in red's wrist, an impatient voice suddenly rang out in the open space. Bang! An explosion suddenly sounded out of nowhere. Immediately, a black figure rushed towards Lu Yufeng like a black lightning bolt. The figure instantly arrived in front of Lu Yufeng and stood upside down with one hand. Before Lu Yufeng could react, the figure's right foot kicked his chin. Instantly, the latter's body drew a parabola in the air and finally landed heavily on the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out from Lu Yufeng's mouth. Blood mixed with teeth spilled on the ground. Chapter 116. Lu Yufeng in the blink of an eye. Lu Yufeng, who was still arrogant and insufferably arrogant, was kicked to the point that he spat out blood. This kind of 180-degree change not only stunned Feng Yu and the others, but also the subordinates that Lu Yufeng brought with him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye from the moment Lu Yufeng grabbed the girl in red and kicked her until she spat out blood. Even the girl in red, whose face was filled with despair, couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment when she saw Lu Yufeng vomiting blood. When she came back to her senses and looked at the skinny figure standing in front of her, her astonishment turned into a daze. Wasn't the figure in front of her the young apothecary whom she had repeatedly ridiculed Although the young man standing quietly in front of her still looked thin and weak, his thin and weak body faintly revealed a capable and domineering aura. Thinking of how she had mocked the young man previously, the girl in the red dress finally revealed a self-deprecating smile. It was no wonder that no matter how much he mocked him, the young man had ignored him. Perhaps, in his heart, his performance at that time was as laughable as the performance of a clown. Sighing in her heart, the girl stared straight at the young man in front of her. Under the morning light, the young man's slender body revealed a trace of charm that was difficult to conceal. Staring at the young man, the young girl suddenly tilted her head to look at the white-clothed young man, Feng Gong, who was hiding at the side with a pale face and trembling in fear. She suddenly felt that the trace of admiration she had for him in the past was laughable at this moment. Feng Yu, who was leaning against a tree trunk and clutching her chest, stared blankly at Lu Yufeng, who was lying on the ground and coughing up blood. She then turned her gaze to the young man standing in the distance. He suddenly remembered the serious look on the young man's face when he introduced himself as an ordinary pharmacist yesterday. The corners of his mouth twitched. He wanted to curse in his heart. Damn it! How could an ordinary pharmacist kick Lu Yufeng, who is at the 7th level of the Yin Void realm? Cough, cough. Lu Yufeng violently coughed as blood was spat out from his mouth. At this moment, his somewhat confused mind finally became clear. Staring at the young man before him, he said with a malevolent expression, "Little bastard, you dare to sneak attack me? You know who I am? Isn't it just a dog of the Lu family? Do I need to know the name of a dog before I hit it?" Zhuowen said with a cold smile on his face. From Lu Yufeng's conversation just now, Yang Kai knew that because he had killed Lu Yuan last time, the Lu family had pushed all the blame onto the Flowing Flame mercenary group. Although the Lu family did not dare to act with the support of the Mercenary Alliance, the Mercenary Alliance still betrayed the Flowing Flame mercenary group to the Lu family for the sake of benefits. After all, the one who killed Lu Yuan was himself, so no matter what, Zhuowen had no reason to ignore this matter. Lu Yufeng's eyes narrowed as he glared at the young man in front of him. He was so angry that he laughed. What an arrogant brat. Do you really think you're so great just because your sneak attack was successful? If I don't kill you here today, my surname isn't Lu. Kill him. Being humiliated in front of everyone, Lu Yufeng's face became even more malevolent. With a roar, the subordinates behind him all drew their weapons from their waists and charged at Zhuowen. At the same time, faint green yuan power burst out from Lu Yufeng's body. A pair of iron fists were quickly covered in a faint green glow as he tightly clenched them. With a furious roar, he furiously smashed his fists towards Zhuowen's chest. The tip of Zhuowen's foot suddenly stomped on the ground as surging yuan power spread from the tip of his foot. Soon after, his entire body shot towards Lu Yufeng like a bird. As he approached the ladder, his right leg suddenly kicked upwards and shot towards Lu Yufeng's neck from a tricky angle. Lu Yufeng coldly snorted as his pair of iron fists smashed towards the incoming kick. With a bang, powerful yuan power exploded. Lu Yufeng withdrew his fists and took a few steps back, while Zhuowen shot towards the ladder's back like a meteorite. His shooting figure instantly passed through the defenses of the subordinates, who were holding weapons. Zhuowen's right hand suddenly slapped his Qianquan bag and pulled out a dragon vein saber that was as tall as a person. A faint dragon roar mixed with the sound of the saber slowly rang out. Holding the saber hilt upside down, Lu Yu suddenly swung it. The dragon vein saber was like a door as it smashed horizontally. The powerful force instantly caused the subordinates, who were about to approach, Lu Yufeng to spit out blood and fly backwards. In the blink of an eye, the few subordinates that Lu Yufeng had brought were easily dealt with by Zhuowen. After which, Zhuowen slowly turned around and calmly looked at Lu Yufeng, whose body was suffused with pale green yuan power. Holding the huge dragon vein saber in his hand, Zhuowen's body turned upside down. Holding the huge saber, he flew towards Lu Yufeng like an arrow released from a bow. As the huge saber dragged across the uneven ground, countless sparks shot out. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen's figure suddenly appeared above Lu Yufeng. He gently tightened his grip on the dragon vein saber in his hand. The saber's blade changed direction and was mixed with a powerful yuan power as it viciously slashed towards Lu Yufeng below. The sharp sound of the wind breaking caused Lu Yufeng's face to turn a lot uglier. He suddenly pulled out the heavy sword on his back. The yuan power in his body surged violently as he lifted the heavy sword upwards to meet the incoming attack. Bang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded on the road, attracting everyone's attention. Just as the heavy sword and the dragon vein saber came into contact, the heavy force caused Lu Yufeng to sink slightly. The soles of his feet even sank deep into the ground. Lu Yufeng's face became even paler at this moment. He stared at the smiling young man above him and could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He did not expect that the young man's body would have such a powerful force. Can you really block it? A faint voice suddenly rang out. Soon after, Lu Yufeng was shocked to find that the young man's body was instantly covered with countless blood veins. The pressure on the heavy sword in his hand suddenly increased, and his body sank again. His entire calf was almost buried in the ground. Crack! As the dragon vein saber's force grew heavier, the heavy sword in Lu Yufeng's hand started to crack. A moment later, the crack rapidly expanded. After a final soft sound, it abruptly stopped and shattered. Seeing that the heavy sword in his hand was shattering inch by inch, Lu Yufeng's pupils suddenly shrank. A trace of horror appeared on his face. His waist bent strangely, and his legs bent as he quickly retreated. Bang! The saber slashed down furiously. The powerful force even smashed a deep hole in the ground. Seeing that Lu Yufeng's figure was rapidly retreating, Zhuowen raised his eyes with an expressionless face. The sole of his foot suddenly stepped out again. Like an explosion, his figure flashed behind Lu Yufeng like a bolt of lightning. He sneered slightly. His right leg rotated in half a circle, and the saber slashed down with ferocious yuan power at Lu Yufeng's back. Traces of cold air immediately condensed into an ice-blue armor on Lu Yufeng's body, directly blocking the impact of the saber. Spurt! Lu Yufeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body rolled forward for more than a dozen rounds before finally crashing into a tree trunk. Looking at the calm young man walking over step by step, Lu Yufeng's face was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, it was filled with horror. What kind of weapon is this saber of yours? Even my void armor can't block it at all? Is this a spiritual treasure? Lu Yufeng's voice suddenly became sharp, and his tone was full of disbelief. Hearing Lu Yufeng's words, everyone present stared at the dragon vein saber in Zhuowen's hand. Just now, they thought it was just an ordinary weapon. However, it could easily shatter the heavy sword made of refined iron and the void armor of a warrior in the 7th stage of the Yin Void realm. Therefore, it could not be an ordinary weapon. It was very likely to be the spiritual treasure that Lu Yufeng had mentioned. In the field, Feng Yu and the girl in the red dress were fine, and their expressions were quite natural. However, the young man in white and Lu Yufeng's breathing suddenly quickened, and their eyes were filled with greed. Spiritual treasure. Even if it was a low-level spiritual treasure, it was extremely rare. In the entire Luchuan town, only the Lu family could possibly have it. It was also something that was regarded as a family treasure. However, Such a treasure was now in the hands of a thin and weak young man. How could this not shock everyone? You actually have such a precious treasure in your hands. Little bastard, Lu Yufeng, will remember today's debt. Next, you will be hunted down endlessly by the Lu family. Lu Yufeng's eyes flickered. Then he stomped on the ground, and his whole body turned into a black lightning bolt, fleeing towards the end of the forest. I think, today, you won't be able to walk out of the Annihilation Forest. The dragon vein saber in his hand suddenly stopped, and his right hand pulled out. His whole body was like an arrow leaving the bow, rushing towards Lu Yufeng's fleeing figure. The large blade in Zhuo Wen's hand furiously hacked down as he neared the figure. However, to Zhuo Wen's surprise, Lu Yufeng suddenly changed direction and rushed at an even faster speed. His target was the red-dressed young lady who was standing nearby in a daze. "Xiao Qian, be careful!" Fengyu suddenly shouted. He wanted to go to her rescue, but he was powerless. Only after hearing his cry did Xiao Qian shift her somewhat stunned gaze from Zhuo Wen's body to Lu Yufeng, who was rushing over. She was so frightened that her pretty face immediately lost all color. However, her body was so stiff that she was unable to move. Seeing Lu Yufeng so close to her, Xiao Qian was so scared that she collapsed to the ground. Her pretty face was pale, and her lips trembled. However, just as Lu Yufeng's palm grabbed Xiao Qian, the young man with the large saber appeared like a ghost. Raising his eyes, Zhuowen said expressionlessly, "What a despicable idea. As a martial warriors, you are simply a disgrace." After saying that, Zhuowen clenched his hands, and the dragon chi of the five-clawed golden dragon in his body erupted, entering the dragon vein saber. In an instant, the dragon vein saber erupted with a golden light, and the giant dragon pattern engraved on the blade lit up. A powerful dragon roar suddenly surged out, and a powerful dragon pressure pressed down on Lu Yufeng's body like a huge mountain, causing his body to freeze in midair, unable to move. This pressure, before Lu Yufeng could finish his words, the large saber carried a huge amount of energy and instantly slashed across his neck. With a piercing sound, a head flew up and rolled a few times on the ground before finally stopping at the feet of Xiao Qian, who was sitting on the ground. Chapter 117. The Plight of the Flowing Flame Mercenary Group. What was that pressure just now? It was able to freeze Lu Yufeng, who is in the 7th stage of the Yin Void realm. It was as if time had stopped. Zhuowen stared at the dragon vein saber in front of him in amazement. That is dragon pressure, a kind of pressure that only belongs to the noble dragon clan. Although it is very subtle, it can still slow down a warrior in the Yin Void realm. It seems that I have underestimated this dragon vein saber. If this dragon vein saber is complete, it is likely to reach the level of an advanced spiritual treasure. Xiao Hei's voice slowly sounded in Zhuowen's mind, but there was a hint of complexity in her voice. Dragon pressure? Advanced spiritual treasure? Zhuowen stared at the dragon vein saber in astonishment. He could not help but be stunned. This weapon can only be used to its fullest potential in your hands because the dragon pressure contained in the dragon vein saber can only be activated with dragon chi. Coincidentally, you have dragon chi in your body. I have to say that you are very lucky. With the dragon pressure, the power of the dragon vein saber is almost equal to that of a peak low-level spiritual treasure. Xiao Hei said with jealousy. Zhuowen laughed, pulled out the dragon vein saber, and put it into his qianquan bag. This time, he took out the dragon vein saber to test its power. The result was unexpectedly good. With the dragon vein saber, even if Zhuowen did not condense the 10,000-year dark ice armor, he could still fight against an expert in the peak 9th stage of the Yin Void realm. Once he used the 10,000-year profound ice armor and the dragon vein saber, his strength would be comparable to a warrior who had just entered the corporeal Yang realm. This time, Zhuwen didn't need to rely on the Nirvana demon flame to fear a warrior who had just entered the corporeal Yang realm. Moreover, Zhuwen's greatest trump card was the Nirvana demon flame. If it wasn't for the fact that the Nirvana demon flame was still dormant, Zhuwen's combat strength would be even higher. Little brother Xiaosei, thanks to you this time. If it were not for you, the three of us would have been killed by the Lu family. At this moment, Feng Yu came to Zhuwen with the help of the girl in red dress. Her face was full of gratitude. The red-dressed girl stood silently beside Feng Yu. From time to time, she would steal glances at Zhuwen, but she didn't dare to speak. As for the white-robed youth, he was directly ignored by her. You're welcome. I heard from Lu Yufeng that your mercenary group is in a bad situation. Why don't you find a place to hide first? Zhuwen waved his hand and said with a faint smile, I, Feng Yu, am not someone who is afraid of death. Since our Flowing Flame mercenary group is in trouble, as a member of the mercenary group, I will not stand by and do nothing. Feng Yu took a step forward and declared firmly. Zhuwen looked at Feng Yu in surprise. He shook his head and said, You are too weak. Even if you go to Luchuan town, you will be courting death. I'm an old acquaintance of your leader, Han Shui. This time, I'm heading to Willow Town to help the Flowing Flame mercenary group. Little brother, are you an old acquaintance of our leader? Even so, I can't let it go. I hope, little brother, can take us with you to Willow Town. A trace of surprise flashed across Feng Yu's face before he revealed an expression of ecstasy. He didn't expect that the mysterious young man in front of him was actually an old acquaintance of their leader. He knew that if the young man in front of him was really willing to help their Flowing Flame mercenary group, their leader might really be able to escape this time. Looking at the determination in Feng Yu's eyes, Zhuwen nodded helplessly and said, Since that's the case, let's go together. However, you guys still need to be careful. After saying that, Zhuwen didn't say anything else. He stepped on the ground and suddenly rushed in the direction of Willow Town. Feng Yu and the red-dressed girl didn't hesitate and followed behind Zhuwen. The white-robed youth, who had been silent all this time, revealed a trace of hesitation on his face. In the end, he braced himself and followed behind the three of them. He knew that other than following Zhuwen and the others, there was no other place for him to go. After about 2 hours, the four of them quickly arrived at the edge of the forest. Soon, a rather tall stone tablet appeared in front of the four of them. The words Willow Town were engraved on the stone tablet. Staring at the words on the stone tablet, Zhuwen knew that they had reached their destination. The number of people around them also increased. At a glance, they were basically mercenaries with all kinds of weapons. Zhuwen's group of four had all disguised themselves, so the mercenaries in Willow Town didn't recognize Feng Yu and the other two. The four of them walked into Willow Town without any danger. When they arrived at Willow Town, Zhuwen's eyes immediately lit up. What appeared in front of him was a very bustling, huge street. The street was filled with a sea of people, and on both sides of the street, there were many hawkers with stalls. If one took a closer look, the owners of these stalls were all mercenaries with decent strength. The stalls basically sold beast origin cores, beast hides, beast claws, and all kinds of weapons and equipment. The style of this street was quite similar to the market in Vine Armor City. However, this street in Willow Town was much more bustling than an ordinary market, regardless of whether it was the number of people or the types of goods. In Vine Armor City, only the trade fair in the center of the city could compare to the prosperity of this huge street in Willow Town. As if she could see the surprise on Zhuwen's face, Feng Yu, who was beside him, explained in a timely manner, Little brother Xiaosei, this street is called Mysterious Item Street. It is the trading center of the entire Willow Town. The daily trading share is extremely terrifying, and behind this street is the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen turned his head and asked Fengyu, "Where is your Flowing Flame mercenary group's encampment?" "It's not far from the northern part of Mysterious Item Street. I wonder how the leader and the others are doing?" Fengyu pointed in a direction, her voice full of worry. Zhuowen nodded. Just as he was about to lift his foot, he suddenly heard the conversation of some mercenaries. "I heard that the Flowing Flame mercenary group has been surrounded by the Lu family. The leader this time is the Lu family's third head, whose strength has reached the 9th stage of the Yin Void realm. It seems that the Flowing Flame mercenary group is really going to be destroyed." "What?" "The Lu family's third head, Lu Jiwu, has also made a move. It seems that the Lu family is really determined to destroy the Flowing Flame mercenary group this time." Sigh. What a pity. The leader of the Flowing Flame mercenary group, Black Rose Han Shui, is a flower of our mercenary alliance. I didn't think that she would be destroyed so soon. This is something that can't be helped. After all, the death of the Lu family's son, Lu Yuan, is related to the Flowing Flame mercenary group, with the personality of the Lu family's head, Lu Jitian. He naturally won't let the Flowing Flame mercenary group go. Hearing the conversation of these mercenaries, Zhuowen could not help but frown. It seemed that Han Shui and the others were in a very bad situation. It's actually the Lu family's third head, Lu Jiwu, little brother Xiao say. Lu Jiwu's cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Yin Void realm. I'm afraid that our Flowing Flame mercenary group is really doomed this time. Fengyu and the other two also heard the conversation between the mercenaries just now, and their faces became extremely ugly. Let's go and have a look first. Zhuowen was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. Not far from the northern part of the strange item street, in a small valley, there was a large encampment. The encampment was in a mess, and many of the tents had collapsed. Obviously, there had just been a big battle. Around the encampment, there were dozens of figures riding tall, blood-red horses, surrounding the encampment. At the head of these dozens of figures, there was a middle-aged man in blue, with a grim face. He had a cruel smile on his face as he stared at the dozens of figures in the encampment. This man in blue was the Lu family's third head, Lu Jiwu. His strength was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Yin Void realm, and he was a powerful figure in the entire Lu family. Han Shui, at this point, do you still want to resist? You should know that there is a limit to my patience. I'll give you one last chance. Immediately tell me the name of the person who killed Lu Yuan and become my concubine. Then I may let your Flowing Flame mercenary group go. Lu Jiwu stared at Han Shui's hot body, and there was a burning desire in the depths of his eyes. Han Shui was such a stunner that even he could not control himself. Not far in front of Lu Jiwu, there were dozens of figures facing him, and the one in the lead was the charming and perfect Han Shui. At this time, Han Shui was sweating profusely, and she looked even more beautiful. Many people in the Lu family stared at Han Shui's delicate body with burning eyes. Behind Han Shui, there was an angry Han Yu. The two women looked at each other and saw a trace of determination in each other's eyes. Han Shui stared at Lu Jiwu, who had a lustful look in his eyes, and the dozens of people behind him. She suddenly thought of the tall and straight figure. Perhaps the young man who kept creating miracles would be able to solve their current predicament. Then she laughed at herself. She knew that even if that figure appeared, he would not be a match for Lu Jiwu, who was already at the 9th stage of the Yin Void realm. After all, the gap between their cultivations was huge. Since you don't want to answer, then I won't talk nonsense. After I catch you, I will naturally find a way to make you answer my question. A cruel smile appeared on Lu Jiwu's face. Then he arched his body and charged toward Han Shui like a cheetah. A loud whistling sound was heard as he charged toward Han Shui. Han Shui's expression changed. Suddenly, an icy blue void armor condensed on the surface of her body. She gently pushed with her jade-like hand, and a surge of origin power poured out and fiercely met Lu Jiwu's attack. It is indeed the void armor condensed by the 10,000 years mysterious ice chi. Unfortunately, you don't know how to use this precious cold chi. Moreover, your cultivation is only at the first stage of the Yin Void realm. The gap between us is too big. Even with the help of the 10,000 years mysterious ice chi, you are no match for me. Looking at the icy blue void armor on Han Shui's body, a greedy look flashed across Lu Jiwu's eyes. With a hideous smile, an icy void armor condensed on the surface of his body, and an even more powerful force poured out. Boom! When their fists and palms collided, a huge cyclone blew up. With a rumbling sound, the whole ground shook as if it had collapsed. Puff! Han Shui's face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, a powerful force threw her body into the air. Han Shui, you can't escape. You are mine after all. With a hideous smile, Lu Jiwu's right hand turned into a claw and suddenly grabbed at Han Shui. The hideous look on his face became more intense. Looking at the approaching claw, Han Shui's face became more desperate. Just as the claw was about to touch her body, a thin and tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Leave it to me. Tears welled up in Han Shui's eyes when she heard the familiar voice. She was touched, and a complicated emotion began to spread in her heart. Chapter 118. Fighting a half-step to young corporeal realm, second sky of rampage. Traces of blood immediately crawled up Shui Wen's arm as a huge blood-colored ape condensed behind him. Soon after, the ape let out a loud roar as a huge blood-colored fist suddenly blasted out. The fist, which was covered in a bloody glow, heavily collided with Lu Jiwu's claw. Rumble! A thunderous explosion suddenly rang out. A dazzling light, as if the sun had appeared in front of their eyes, was so dazzling that it caused many people to squint their eyes. And at the place where the two collided, the powerful energy produced a huge shock wave. Like ripples in water, it spread out in all directions. Some weaker cultivators were even sent flying by this shock wave. In midair, Han Shui felt her body relax, and a gentle energy wrapped around her. Then, she was gently sent to Han Yu and the others behind her. Sister, are you all right? Han Yu took a step forward and caught Han Shui in her arms as she asked anxiously. Han Shui shook her head and said, I'm fine. I just suffered some minor injuries. At this point, Han Shui once again focused her gaze on the ball of light that was almost as dazzling as the sun. She muttered softly, That person seems to be Zhuowen? Han Shui's voice was very soft, but it was still heard by Han Yu, who was standing behind her. When Han Yu heard the two words, Zhuowen, her delicate body trembled, and she stared blankly at the ball of light in front of her. The blazing ball of light gradually faded away. Two muffled groans sounded from within the ball of light at the same time. Then, under everyone's gaze, the two figures retreated a dozen steps with a whoosh sound. They only managed to stop their footsteps after drawing two deep depressions in the ground. Lu Jiwu rubbed the numb web between his thumb and forefinger. He squinted his eyes and stared at a tall and slender figure not far away. When he saw the face of the figure clearly, his eyes were filled with shock. Originally, he thought that the people who could exchange a blow with him should at least be those old bastards of the older generation in the town. But now what appeared in front of him was a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a cold expression and a thin body. A teenager of 15 or 16 years old could actually withstand a blow from a warrior at the peak of the Yin Void realm. Although it was not his full strength, Lu Jiwu could feel that the mysterious teenager in front of him had not used his full strength either. The dozens of Lu family experts behind Lu Jiwu, as well as the members of the Flowing Flame mercenary group in the encampment, were all shocked as they stared at the young figure quietly standing on the cliff. They never imagined that this skinny and weak-looking youth would actually miraculously block Lu Jiwu's attack. "Sister, he doesn't seem to be Zhuowen." In the encampment, Han Yu looked at Lu Jiwu and Lu Jiu. The young man's face was not the Zhuo when they knew. Zhuowen's face was delicate and had a trace of harmlessness, but the young man in front of them had an extremely cold expression, as if he had a deep grudge. Han Shue's beautiful eyes were filled with bewilderment and confusion. When the young man appeared to save her just now, the voice was very familiar. She was certain that the voice belonged to Zhuo. However, the completely different face that appeared in front of her now made her feel a little puzzled. This teenager seems to be unrelated to our Flowing Flame mercenary group. Why did he save us? Han Yu, who was beside her, also had a puzzled look on her face. "Leader, this teenager seems to have been brought back by Captain Feng Yu." A young woman suddenly came to Han Shue's side and said respectfully, "Feng Yu?" The three of them came back from the Annihilation Forest. Han Shue's beautiful eyes looked around and suddenly saw Feng Yu and the other two hurrying over. "Leader, are you all okay?" Feng Yu and the other two also saw that Lu Jiwu's attack was blocked by Zhuowen. The worry in their hearts was completely relieved. Among them, the red-dressed girl, Xiao Qian, stared at Zhuowen with the most complicated expression. She could not imagine that the teenager in front of her actually contained such powerful strength. Previously, she was already amazed that he could kill Lu Yufeng by himself, but now he easily blocked Lu Jiwu's attack. Thinking about the heroic figure and suffocating strength of the teenager in front of her, and thinking about how she had mocked him before, the red-dressed girl's cheeks could not help but burn. Seeing that the three people in front of her were safe and sound, Han Shui let out a sigh of relief and immediately said, "It's good that you're all okay. By the way, did you really find this powerful teenager?" Feng Yu looked at Han Shui doubtfully and nodded. "This little brother is called Xiao Se. We met him by chance in the Annihilation Forest. This time, he took the initiative to help our Flowing Flame mercenary group. He also said that he is your friend." "We are friends?" A trace of doubt appeared on Han Shue's pretty face. She did not remember having such a teenager among her friends. Although she had a friend who was about the same age as the teenager in front of her, the two of them looked completely different. Feng Yu seemed to have seen the doubt on Han Shue's face and said carefully, "Leader, don't you know this person?" Han Shui shook her head and said helplessly, "I really don't know him, but it's naturally a good thing that someone is helping our mercenary group. I'm just afraid that although this teenager blocked Lu Jiwu's attack, it will be difficult for him to defeat Lu Jiwu." In the open space, Lu Jiwu squinted his eyes at the teenager in front of him and suddenly laughed. "What is your name, little brother?" "Xiao Se." Zhuowen was expressionless as he replied coldly, "So it's little brother Xiao Se. Our Lu family doesn't seem to have any grievances with little brother Xiao Se. Why are you obstructing our Lu family? I see that you are quite strong. Why don't you join our Lu family as a guest? I'm sure you will be satisfied with the treatment." Lu Jiwu's tone was very polite. He could feel that there was an unfathomable aura on Zhuowen. This aura made him quite wary. Moreover, Zhuowen was so young and already so strong. If he was allowed to develop further, he would definitely become an expert. With the existence of such a young expert, the Lu family's strength would definitely reach a higher level. They might even be able to suppress the annoying mercenary alliance. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect Lu Jiwu to not attack him, and instead, wanted to recruit him. He sneered in his heart. He was the one who killed the Lu family's son, Lu Yuan. Now, the Lu family's third head wanted to recruit him to become a guest of the Lu family. This was really ironic. If you want me to become a guest of the Lu family, I can. However, I have a condition. I heard that your Lu family has found the exact location of the rare treasure. After you have obtained the rare treasure, you will let me choose 2 treasures of my choice. Then, I will agree to your request. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he stood on the spot and looked coldly at Lu Jiwu. Lu Jiwu's face was already filled with joy when he heard the first half of Zhuowen's sentence. However, his smile froze when he heard the second half of Zhuowen's sentence. He looked at the sneering young man in front of him and finally realized that the young man in front of him had no intention of agreeing to become a guest of the Lu family. The Lu family had not confirmed the exact number of rare treasures and what they looked like. However, the young man in front of him immediately asked for an exorbitant price and reserved 2 treasures of his choice. This was obviously a disguised rejection. It seems that little brother Xiao Se is not sincere at all. However, I can tell you that our Lu family has already gone to fight for the rare treasure with the Mercenary Alliance. Based on your words, you should be here for the rare treasure as well. However, your goal is obviously going to fail. Wen's face darkened when he heard Lu Jiwu's words. He had already confirmed that the legendary treasure in the Annihilation Forest was the place where Ba Shui had fallen. Naturally, he had come all the way to the Annihilation Forest for the Ice Fire Saint symbol in Ba Shui's hands. Tell me the exact location of the rare treasure or die. Zhuowen stared at Lu Jiwu and said indifferently as he stretched out his right hand, "Hee, I gave you some face, and you really want a yard after taking an inch. Do you really think that you are invincible just because you blocked my attack? Today, I will let you know that there is always someone better than you." Due to Zhuowen's merciless words, Lu Jiwu's face gradually turned gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He knew that since he had already fallen out with the young man in front of him, he had to make him stay. Otherwise, he would be a huge problem for the Lu family in the future. After all, the young man in front of him was already so powerful at such a young age. As time passed, perhaps even the Lu family would find it difficult to control him. Thinking of this, a cruel smile appeared on Lu Jiwu's face. Soon after, he stomped his foot on the ground, and the powerful force caused cracks to appear on the ground. "Brat, I have already given you a chance. Since you did not seize it, you can go to hell." Lu Jiwu arched his waist and shot towards Zhuowen like an arrow leaving the bow. The powerful sound of wind breaking even created a ring-shaped shockwave in the air that spread out in all directions. Waves of Yuan power undulations that were as powerful as 100,000 feet tall mountain were also emitted from his body. Once the Yuan power undulations were formed, the entire space instantly became somewhat oppressive. Some of the weaker practitioners in the surroundings could not withstand this undulation. They spat out blood and retreated a long distance before they gradually adapted to it. What a powerful Yuan power undulation! Lu Jiwu has actually broken through and reached the half-step corporeal yang stage. He did not use his full strength just now. In the encampment, Han Shui also felt the powerful Yuan power undulations in the air, and a snow-white color appeared on her face. Hearing Han Shui's words, the expressions of Feng Yu and the other 2 slightly changed. Their gazes immediately became somewhat worried as they looked at Zhuowen. The young man in front of them was the last hope of their Flowing Flame mercenary group. If he lost, their Flowing Flame mercenary group would very likely disappear completely. Compared to the shock of the surroundings, Zhuowen, who was the focus of attention, had an extremely calm expression. He indifferently looked at the approaching Lu Jiwu. Zhuowen suddenly patted his Qianquan bag and pulled out the dragon rune saber that was as tall as a person. The tip of his foot pushed off the ground, and the dragon aura in his body poured into the dragon rune saber. Soon after, a deafening dragon roar erupted from the dragon rune saber. At the same time, a pressure that was as heavy as a mountain pressed down on the entire space. Bang! The entire space seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. Even Lu Jiwu's body was momentarily frozen by the dragon pressure contained within the dragon roar. It was this momentary pause that allowed Zhuowen to appear above Lu Jiwu like a ghost. His right hand, which was holding the saber hilt, slightly tightened. Soon after, the blade of the dragon rune saber was like a giant door that slammed into Lu Jiwu's body. Boom! When everyone came back to their senses from the dragon's roar, a figure smashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater in the ground. Chapter 119. The Might of the 10,000-Year Profound Ice Armor. Cough, cough. In the huge pit, Lu Jiwu clutched his chest as he slowly crawled out of the pit in a sorry state. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Lu Jiwu's sorry state, in the huge pit, everyone present fell into shock. When everyone's gazes once again gathered on the calm-looking youth with the large saber in his hand, the shock on their faces instantly turned into shock. One move. Just now, the youth had only used one move, and he had actually made Lu Jiwu so miserable. Such a shocking result instantly caused everyone to look at the youth in a completely different light. So strong. Lu Jiwu has reached the half-step corporeal yang stage, but this fellow only used one move to make him so miserable. Han Shui covered her cherry lips with her jade-like hand. The shock on her face could not be concealed at all. Apart from shock, there was even more joy in her eyes. Every action of the youth before her could affect the life and death of their flowing flame mercenary group. Only when the youth emerged victorious would their flowing flame mercenary group have a chance of survival. After seeing Zhuowen's valiant performance, the remaining doubts on the faces of the group members behind Han Shui disappeared without a trace. Instead, they were replaced by looks of hope. Your large saber. Lu Jiwu quietly retreated a few steps as he stared fearfully at the exaggerated large saber in the youth's hand. Just now, he had clearly sensed that the pressure that was as heavy as a mountain was emitting from the youth's broadsword. It was because of this strange pressure that he had been caught off guard by Zhuowen's attack. Didn't you say that there is always someone better than you? Now, I'll return those words to you without changing them. Zhuowen sneered. He held the hilt of his saber with both hands and arched his waist. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of Lu Jiwu in an instant. He clenched his fists, and his body spun in an exaggerated manner. The saber in his hand was like a meat grinder as it smashed towards Lu Jiwu's waist. There was a slight change in Lu Jiwu's expression. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Boundless cold energy surged out from his body and condensed into a ferocious armor that tightly covered his entire body. It seems that your strength is largely due to the saber in your hand. If I'm not wrong, the saber in your hand is definitely a spirit treasure. However, I will let you know that even if you possess a spiritual treasure, you may not necessarily be my opponent. Lu Jiwu snorted coldly and raised his hands. 2 daggers with a cold gleam appeared in his palms. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded in the area. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he stared at the 2 daggers that appeared at the edge of the saber. He could feel that the daggers that appeared before him were definitely not spiritual treasures. However, what surprised him was that the 2 daggers were able to withstand the slash of the dragon vein saber without shattering. Brat, it's over. You can die in peace now. Lu Jiwu's eyes narrowed as a trace of complacency appeared on the corner of his mouth. He suddenly pulled out his left hand, and the dagger in his hand instantly emitted a cold light. Like lightning, it shot straight towards the center of Zhuo Wen's eyebrows. It's still too early to end. Shui Zheng's lips curled up in a smile, and the dragon chi in his body immediately poured into the dragon-patterned saber. An even stronger dragon pressure appeared in the entire space. Under this powerful dragon pressure, Lu Jiwu's left hand paused for a moment. Zhuowen focused his gaze, and his right leg swept towards Lu Jiwu's neck like a spring. Wherever the leg passed, there was the sound of wind being torn apart. Damn! The moment Lu Jiwu regained consciousness, the leg had already hit his neck in a brutal manner. He felt an unbearable pain in his neck, and his body flew backwards like a fluttering butterfly. Zhuo Wen's lips curled up in a strange arc as he looked at the figure flying in the air. Zhuo Wen's legs suddenly bounced off the ground, and his right hand, which was holding the saber hilt, fiercely pulled back. His entire body was like a meteor as he appeared above Lu Jiwu. Lu Jiwu opened his eyes abruptly and was shocked to discover that Zhuo Wen had appeared above him at some point in time. Zhuo Wen was smiling mysteriously at him. Lu Jiwu could only stare blankly as a huge blade became thicker and thicker in his eyes. The smell of death rushed into his mind. In an instant, he roared in his heart and crossed his hands to protect his head. Then he felt pain in his hands, and his body suddenly fell down like a meteorite. Boom! Lu Jiwu once again smashed a bigger hole in the same place under everyone's gaze. The creaking sound of his body colliding with the ground sent chills down everyone's spines. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They originally thought that it would be an evenly matched battle, but now it seemed like it was completely one-sided. The first time Lu Jiwu was smashed into the ground by Zhuowen, it could be considered a fluke. However, when he was smashed into the ground one after another, no one thought that it was a fluke anymore. Ah, kill him! All of you attack together and kill this bastard! A hysterical scream suddenly came from the huge hole. Lu Jiwu jumped out of the huge hole. At this moment, his arms were bleeding and twisted at a strange angle. It was obvious that his arms had been crippled by the previous attack. Lu Jiwu was also in a very sorry state. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Zhuowen with murderous intent. This was the first time in many years that he had been beaten into such a sorry state. Moreover, the person who beat him was a 15 or 16-year-old youth. At Lu Jiwu's command, the dozens of Lu family's experts behind him raised their weapons and fearlessly rushed toward the young man who was standing quietly in the distance. A tragic atmosphere suddenly filled the entire space. Arrogant brat, so what if you are strong? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With so many people working together, even a young corporeal realm warrior would have to retreat. You will end up dying miserably. Lu Jiwu's eyes became bloodthirsty and crazy. Feeling the pain from his arms and the sense of death that was approaching in his heart, he knew that if he had not used his arms to block the last attack, he would have died instead of being so seriously injured. In the encampment, Han Shui and the others also saw dozens of Lu family's experts rushing towards Zhuowen. Their expressions changed immediately. They knew that since Lu Jiwu was no match for the young man in front of them, they could only use the human wave tactic. Moreover, Han Shui knew very well that the dozens of Lu family experts were basically the elites of the Lu family. Their cultivations were all above the 5th stage of the Void realm, and they were very good at combining forces. If these people joined forces, even a young corporeal realm warrior would not have any advantage. Although Zhuowen's performance was quite dazzling, he was only one person. Therefore, Han Shui felt that even if the mysterious youth in front of her was very strong, he was still no match for the Liu family's elites. Little brother Xiao Sei, these guys are all elites of the Liu family, and all of them are experts in combination techniques. If they work together, even a young corporeal realm warrior won't have an advantage. You should return to the station first and join us. The best plan is for all of us to resist together. Seeing the dozens of Liu family elites approaching the mysterious youth, Han Shui could not help but anxiously shout. After all, the youth in front of her had come to help the Flowing Flame mercenary group get out of trouble. She did not want the youth to be in danger, for no reason. Standing in the same place, Zhuowen tilted his head slightly and looked at Han Shui. He smiled slightly, and his lips moved a few times. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out in this space. "I don't care about them. You can rest assured." Hearing the youth's somewhat arrogant words, everyone in the station was stunned. They did not know why, but when the youth said these words, a trace of inexplicable calmness appeared in their hearts. This guy is too stubborn. Why is his personality so similar to that brat? Han Shui's heart trembled for some unknown reason as she stared at the stubborn figure in the distance. The face of a delicate, handsome, and quiet young man involuntarily surfaced in her mind. That fellow's character was very similar to the young man in front of her. He was equally independent, tenacious, and stubborn. What an arrogant brat. He really thinks too highly of himself. In a while, he won't even know how he died. Lu Jiwu also heard Zhuowen's bold words. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer as he looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. Boom! Dozens of human figures instantly filled the sky above Zhuowen. Soon after, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, they rushed towards the youth below. The human figures were densely packed, and instantly, the youth's figure was drowned in the sea of people. "Ha ha, brat, let's see if you can survive this time." Staring at the figure that was already drowned in the sea of people, Lu Jiwu immediately laughed wildly. However, his laughter did not last for long and instantly froze. Instead, he looked in front of him with a somewhat incredulous gaze. At the place that was already covered by dozens of figures, an extremely cold aura suddenly poured out in torrents. Soon after, countless painful groans were heard, following which the figures seemed to have been violently hit by a powerful force and were sent flying in all directions. After all the figures were sent flying, a tall and straight figure quietly stood in the same place. At this moment, this figure was rather strange. His entire body was covered in ice blue armor, and countless powerful snow-like cold auras constantly spewed out from this figure. Chapter 120, Slaughter. There were 20 to 30 elites in the Liu family, and each of them had a cultivation above the Yin Void realm. Lu Jiwu had brought almost half of the Liu family's strength. However, even though so many warriors of the Yin Void realm joined forces to deal with a young man who was also in the Yin Void realm, the result was that all of the Liu family's elites were defeated by the young man's attack. Thump! Thump! The 9 icy blue longswords were like a whirlwind as they circled around the blue figure, forming an indestructible sword barrier in all directions. The smile on Lu Jiwu's face froze and was replaced by panic and disbelief. He could not believe that they could not deal with this strange young man, even though they had brought most of the Liu family's elites. How is this possible? How can your void armor be so powerful? Lu Jiwu could feel the chilling aura emitted from the young man's body. Even he, a warrior who was almost in the corporeal yang realm, felt scared and trembled. It was like a mouse meeting a cat. "All of you, stand up and block this guy." Looking at the blue figure who was closing in, Lu Jiwu finally showed a panicked expression. His hands were broken, and he could not lift them at all. Without his hands, he was almost like a disabled person. The Lu family's elite warriors also felt the seriousness of the situation. They all raised their weapons and tried to block the blue figure without fear of death. You're courting death." A cold and indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted over. Immediately, the 9 long swords around the blue figure emitted a swoosh sound and transformed into 9 rays of blue light. In a barbaric manner, they instantly shot towards the 9 figures closest to them. Bang! The 9 warriors closest to them also noticed the blue long sword shooting towards them. Their faces all revealed solemn expressions. They tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands and fiercely placed them in front of them in an attempt to block the attack of the icy blue longsword. However, something that shocked them happened, because when the blue longsword came into contact with their weapons after a slight clanging sound, the weapons in their hands that were made of fine iron actually shattered like tofu in an instant. At the same time, a strange blue cold air, like countless crawling insects, instantly pervaded the cultivator's body. The cultivator who came into contact with the blue cold air only let out a muffled groan before turning into a human-shaped ice sculpture in front of everyone's horrified eyes. The ice sculpture suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a bang, instantly shattering into pieces. From the shattered ice on the ground, one could clearly see the internal organs of the martial artist. These organs seemed to have turned into ice, with countless cracks appearing on the surface. Other than this warrior, the other 8 warriors who came into contact with the blue sword also ended up being turned into ice sculptures. They fell to the ground and shattered into countless small ice cubes. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air as they looked at the corpse on the ground. Even its internal organs had turned into ice. Their eyes were filled with intense fear and wariness. "Kill him, otherwise all of you will die." When Lu Jiwu saw the miserable state of the 9 warriors, his heart twitched violently as he roared again. Lu Jiwu's roar immediately woke the remaining warriors up. They also understood that if they wanted to live, they had to kill the young man in front of them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The remaining warriors of the Lu family seemed to have gone crazy as they rushed toward Zhuowen. The eyes that were exposed under the blue mask ruthlessly looked at the warriors who were rushing toward him fearlessly. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the 9 blue longswords turned into 9 rays of blue light again and swept toward the warriors who were rushing toward him. Screams rang out again as another 9 warriors turned into ice sculptures. The remaining 9 warriors finally approached the blue figure in the time it took for the blue longswords to kill the other 9 warriors. These 9 warriors were wild with joy. They knew that as long as they killed the person in front of them, they would be saved. Moreover, the Lu family would even record their contributions. Surging yuan power violently poured out from the bodies of the 9 fighters. Shortly after, the 9 of them very tacitly sealed off Zhuowen from all directions, after which they fiercely punched out. Powerful yuan power fluctuations were like waves as they violently smashed towards the blue figure in the center. Boom! The powerful yuan power, accompanied by the chilling cold air, smashed onto the blue figure. Endless waves of air instantly spread out and formed a huge crater on the ground. The 9 warriors who attacked immediately revealed complacent smiles. However, this smile only lasted for a moment before it froze. Instead, they looked at the blue figure in front of them in horror. The blue figure in the middle of them looked around as if nothing had happened. He pinched his head left and right as his indifferent voice slowly rang out. "Is this the extent of your attacks? It seems that even the armor on the surface of your body did not break through. You are really weak. Now it's my turn." A chuckle suddenly rang out. The 9 warriors who surrounded the blue figure felt a chill in their hearts. Looking at the immovable armor on the surface of the figure in front of them, the horror in their hearts increased exponentially. Was this really a Een Void Realm warrior? How could the condensed void armor be so abnormal? Their combined attack did not leave the slightest trace. Just as the 9 people were in a daze, 9 blue lights flashed in front of them. Immediately, the 9 of them turned into 9 ice sculptures. Zhuowen's hands shook slightly. The 9 ice sculptures around him instantly turned into ice cubes and scattered on the ground. Quietly staring at the countless ice cubes on the ground, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He did not expect the defensive power of the 10,000-year mysterious ice armor to be so strong. Even the combined attack of 9 Een Void Realm warriors was not unscathed. It seemed that Xiao Hei's words about the armor being able to resist the attack of a young Void Realm warrior were not baseless. What surprised Zhuowen the most was the 9 blue swords condensed on the back of the armor. Even Zhuowen was stunned by their power, especially the 10,000-year mysterious ice-cold chi in the blue swords, which was almost impossible for a Een Void Realm warrior to resist. At this moment, the scene became unusually quiet. Whether it was Lu Jiwu or Han Shui, they all stared blankly at the young figure standing among the countless ice cubes. The battle just now happened in the blink of an eye. Dozens of Lu family elites were slaughtered in an instant. Some of them even thought they were hallucinating and could not help but rub their eyes. When they saw that the scene was still the same, Han Shui and the others all cheered excitedly. Originally, they thought that they were going to die, but they never thought that a mysterious young man would suddenly appear and forcefully defeat the people of the Lu family, saving them from their desperate situation. This feeling of being reborn after a disaster made many people feel a little dazed. When they gradually woke up from their absent-mindedness, their gazes gathered on the figure in the distance who was completely covered in ice-blue armor. A flame called worship involuntarily ignited in their eyes. They knew that they would never forget this day, and the young figure standing in the endless cold chi. The girl in a red dress standing quietly behind Han Shui also stared blankly at the figure in the distance. Complex emotions such as worship and regret flashed in her eyes. In the end, she only sighed deeply. She knew that she could not even be friends with the young man. The only thing she could do now was to quietly stare at his back. Clang! The 9 blue swords instantly crossed and merged into Zhuowen's back. Soon after, Zhuowen took a stride forward and arrived in front of Lu Jiwu. His right hand lifted Lu Jiwu up as he indifferently said, "I will now give you 2 choices. Either you die, or tell me the location of the mysterious treasure." Feeling the cold killing intent in the eyes exposed by the blue mask, Lu Jiwu could not help but tremble. The young man in front of him was so terrifying that he could kill dozens of Een Void Realm warriors by himself. That was nearly half of the Lu family's strength. Now, they were all gone in the blink of an eye. Even Lu Jiwu was heartbroken, and his heart was filled with regret. "Still not going to tell me? Do you really want to die?" Zhuowen said coldly as he suddenly pulled out the dragon vein saber and pointed the blade at Lu Jiwu's throat. Feeling the coldness in his throat and Zhuowen's gaze that was filled with killing intent, Lu Jiwu's throat trembled. In the end, he chose to give in. He knew that if he remained stubborn and did not say anything, the young man in front of him would not be merciful. Therefore, between his life and his loyalty, he chose his life. "I'll tell you, please don't kill me. The location of the rare treasure is at the Blood Evil Rock in the periphery of the Annihilation Forest. My eldest brother and second brother have already led some of the family's elites and joined forces with the Mercenary Alliance to go to the Blood Evil Rock. Lu Jiwu said in a trembling voice. Oh, why do you want to join forces with the Mercenary Alliance? Does the Lu family want to share the treasure with others? Zhuowen said with a slight frown. Don't you know about the Blood Evil Rock? It's a dangerous place in the Annihilation Forest. There are many level 1 metabeasts and even level 2 metabeasts. It's difficult to enter the Blood Evil Rock alone. It's because the Blood Evil Rock is too dangerous that the Lu family wants to cooperate with the Mercenary Alliance. Otherwise, if the Lu family wanted to enter the Blood Evil Rock alone, the price would be very high. Chapter 121. Chapter 121 Blood Fiend Rock. Little brother, I've already told you everything. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and let me go? Lu Jiwu stole a glance at the young man in front of him and said with a fawning smile, Of course I'll keep my word. Hearing these words, Lu Jiwu's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. However, there was a trace of coldness hidden deep within his eyes. He coldly said in his heart, If I don't die this time, I will return the old and new grudges to you double when Big Brother and the rest return. Glancing at Lu Jiwu from the corner of his eyes, Zhuowen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Soon after, Yuan power burst forth from his right hand and struck Lu Jiwu's lower abdomen. With a creak, Lu Jiwu clutched his abdomen as he squatted on the ground in pain. You destroyed my Dantian? You actually didn't keep your promise, Lu Jiwu said in a low voice as he clutched his abdomen and looked at the young man in front of him with a ferocious expression. I said that I wouldn't kill you. I only crippled your Dantian. I didn't violate the agreement. Zhuowen shrugged and said indifferently. At the same time, Han Shui and the rest also came over. As they looked at the tall and straight figure in front of them, a look of reverence appeared on their faces. Little brother, thank you for saving me. I heard from Feng Yu and the others that your name is Xiao Se. Han Shui carefully sized up the young man in front of her as she spoke with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. The armor on the surface of his body slowly faded away, revealing a rather cold young face. Zhuowen smiled and said, No need to thank me. My purpose for coming here this time is only for the mysterious treasure, and I helped you along the way. Now that I know the exact location of the mysterious treasure, I won't stay for long. After hearing Zhuowen's words, Han Shui felt as though a rock had been lifted from her heart. In fact, she did not believe that a stranger would save her mercenary group for no reason. However, after hearing Zhuowen's explanation, she felt a little more at ease. Lu Jiwu's Dantian has been crippled. He's now a cripple. I'll leave him to you. I'll take my leave first. With that, Zhuowen turned into a black bolt of lightning and gradually disappeared from everyone's line of sight without even looking back. Han Shui stared at the back of the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance. Somehow, she felt that the figure gave her a sense of déjà vu. Brat, why didn't he acknowledge Han Shui just now? To be honest, Han Shui's figure was definitely a peerless beauty. Coupled with her pretty face, it would be difficult for any man to reject her. Moreover, before we parted last time, she seemed to have given you a hint of ambiguity. If you reveal your true identity, this woman will be within your reach. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in his mind. There was a hint of mischief in her voice. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, You're in the mood to talk about this. The most important task now is to obtain the holy rune of Ice Fire. Furthermore, I'm destined to leave Vine Armor City in the future. If I really want her, I'll be letting her down. Brat, you're quite principled. You're right. The holy rune of Ice Fire is the most important task now. The map that you obtained from the white-clothed youth seemed to have a more detailed description of the Blood Evil Rock, Xiaohe said with a smile. The map's description is quite detailed. According to the map's introduction, the Blood Evil Rock is actually a small valley located at the border between the outer and inner areas of the Annihilation Forest. As there is a blood-colored rock at the entrance of the small valley, it was named the Blood Evil Rock. Furthermore, there are many meta-beasts inside. Even if a young corporeal realm warrior were to enter, he would be at a disadvantage. Zhuowen silently recalled the introduction on the map and said in a low voice, "It seems that the Blood Evil Rock is not a good place." However, according to Lu Jiwu, the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance have already brought many people into the Blood Evil Rock. When you enter the Blood Evil Rock, don't make a fuss. Just wait and see, Xiaohe said with a hint of seriousness. Zhuowen responded faintly. Immediately, his speed increased by a large margin. After a while, Zhuowen followed the route on the map and arrived at a small valley. Looking at the blood-colored rock at the entrance of the small valley, Zhuowen knew that the small valley in front of him was the Blood Evil Rock, which was their destination. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Blood Evil Rock, Zhuowen immediately smelled a strong scent of blood. His expression turned slightly cold, and he became even more vigilant. He knew that the Blood Evil Rock was much more dangerous than the outer areas of the Annihilation Forest. After passing through the entrance, a small path in the forest suddenly appeared in front of him. However, the scene on the path made Zhuowen's heart skip a beat. On the path, there were corpses dripping with blood. There were meta-beasts and human ancient martial art practitioners. However, meta-beasts made up the majority of the corpses. Countless internal organs were scattered on the path. The cherry-red blood seemed to have gathered into a stream of blood in the grooves of the path. The pungent smell of blood almost filled the entire path. Smelling the strong scent of blood on the path, even Zhuowen couldn't help but frown. Seeing that the blood on the path hasn't dried up yet, it's obvious that there was a huge battle here. The Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance should be not far ahead. You have to be careful. I have already helped you conceal your aura. As long as you don't completely expose yourself, it will be difficult for others to discover you, Xiaohe said in a cautious tone. Zhuowen nodded slightly. His footsteps became even lighter. At the same time, his nerves became extremely tense. After about an hour, Zhuowen finally passed through the hell-like path. During this time, he also met some meta-beasts that were lucky enough to survive. However, in order not to waste time, he didn't get entangled with them too much. After walking out of the path in the forest, just as Zhuowen was about to continue moving forward, a faint human voice suddenly came from afar. Listening carefully, Zhuowen felt that the voice was coming from the left. Slowly squatting down, Zhuowen's footsteps became even lighter. He slowly walked towards the left. As he got closer, the human voice became louder and louder. Finally, Zhuowen stopped in a lush shrub. Through the gaps in the shrub, what appeared in front of him was a wide open space. At this moment, there was a fierce battle happening on the open space. There were nearly 100 people on the open space. They were mainly divided into two camps. The majority of them were dressed as mercenaries. It was obvious that they were from the Mercenary Alliance. In front of the Mercenary Alliance, there was a tall middle-aged man whose clothes were decorated with many sharp knives. Zhuowen could feel that this strangely dressed middle-aged man was faintly emitting an extremely terrifying aura. This aura had definitely reached the corporeal yang stage. This middle-aged man should be the leader of the Mercenary Alliance, Qian Shang. It was said that this person was originally a small mercenary in an unknown mercenary group. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter, and his strength skyrocketed. In order to prevent the mercenaries of Luchuan town from being oppressed by the Lu family, he organized and established the Mercenary Alliance. This person had a very high status in the hearts of the mercenaries and was extremely powerful. The other camp had fewer people, but their attire was surprisingly uniform. It wasn't as messy as the Mercenary Alliance. Zhuo knew that this should be the Lu family's men. At the head of the Lu family's men stood two similar middle-aged men. These two men should be the Lu family's head, Lu Jitian, and the second in command, Lu Jiwen. Both of them were at the corporeal yang stage. Lu Jiwen's aura was slightly weaker. Zhuo could feel that Lu Jiwen's strength was about the same as Yan Jie's in the Hall of Punishment. They should both have just entered the corporeal yang stage. On the other hand, Lu Jitian's aura was much more profound. Zhuo could feel that Lu Jitian's aura was the same as the middle-aged man at the head of the Mercenary Alliance. It gave off an unfathomable feeling. Zhuo guessed that these two people should be experts who had already condensed corporeal armor. Opposite this group of people, there was a meta-beast that was as huge as a small mountain. It stood quietly in front of them. However, the meta-beast was covered in injuries, and it was obvious that it had gone through a fierce battle. Behind the meta-beast was a deep cave. "Kid, I can feel that the ice fire sacred symbol is in the cave. You must get that thing." Xiao He, who was originally silent, suddenly shouted excitedly in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded heavily. Then, he quietly watched the battle in the open space. The meta-beast on the open space was at least at level 2. Even a corporeal yang stage martialist would have a hard time dealing with it. However, it still couldn't resist the siege of so many martialists. Countless meta-force fluctuations, accompanied by monstrous meta-beast roars, sounded from the open space. Looking at the meta-beast, whose movements were getting slower and slower, Zhuo knew that the meta-beast was about to reach the end of its life. Finally, a mournful wail sounded. The meta-beast, which was like a small mountain, finally fell heavily to the open space after being bombarded by so many martialists. When the Yuan beasts fell, the two brothers, Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen, looked at each other. Then they turned into ghosts and rushed into the cave. The middle-aged man from the Mercenary Alliance, who was covered in small knives, didn't want to be outdone. He quickly followed the two brothers and turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the cave. After the three of them disappeared into the cave, the remaining people stood in the open space and didn't move. Obviously, they had received orders from their leaders. Looking at the deep cave, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to rush into the cave, Xiao He's voice suddenly sounded. "Wait, kid, there's something strange in the cave. If I'm not wrong, Tyrant Blood isn't completely dead yet. The three of them who just entered will soon suffer." Zhuo was stunned. His body, which was about to move, stopped as he stared at the deep cave in front of him. As time gradually passed, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the cave. Soon after, 3 miserable figures appeared in front of everyone. The 3 of them were the Lu brothers and the leader of the Mercenary Alliance, Qian Shang. Their clothes were tattered and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered in the cave. "Xiao He, what should we do now?" Zhuo asked Xiao He softly. He knew that Xiao He's origin energy had been used up again. It would take another 2 months for her to recover. Therefore, with her current strength, it was impossible for her to be a match for Lu Jitian and the others. The ice-fire sacred symbol isn't in their hands. It's obvious that they didn't succeed in the cave. Now is our chance. Chapter 122. The aureole is behind. I have a concealment technique that can allow a cultivator to become invisible for a short period of time. However, this technique consumes a lot of my source strength. If I use it this time, I'm afraid that I will become extremely weak. Xiaohei said with some hesitation. Is the price very serious? Zhuowen stared blankly at Xiaohei, who had a serious expression on her face. Yes. So this time, you must succeed in obtaining the holy symbol of ice fire. As long as I obtain the holy symbol, my source strength will recover and even stabilize. The expression on Xiaohei's face became rather serious. She waved her little claws gently, and a strange, ink-black energy immediately enveloped Zhuowen's body. When the energy gradually receded, Zhuowen's body seemed to have turned into thin air. Kid, the rest is up to you. I can't help you at all now. Xiaohei's eyes were filled with exhaustion. She looked deeply at Zhuowen before turning into a black light and entering between her eyebrows. Don't worry. This time, I will definitely take back the holy symbol of ice fire. Zhuowen nodded heavily and quietly came out of the bushes, slowly approaching the cave entrance in front of the open space. In front of the cave, the Lu brothers and the Mercenary Alliance's leader, Qian Shang, were all in a very sorry state. Moreover, there was still a trace of lingering fear on their faces. Zhuowen's footsteps were very light. When he was only 10 steps away from the three of them, he could clearly hear their voices. I didn't expect that there would be a restriction placed in the cave. Fortunately, the restriction's power was not strong. Otherwise, even if the three of U.S. joined forces, we might have been seriously injured. Lu Jiqian, who was standing at the front, said with a frightened expression, Did you see the situation inside the cave? Qian Shang, who was covered in small knives, turned his head and asked indifferently. Lu Jiqian and Lu Jiwen both looked at Qian Shang with fear. After a moment of silence, Lu Jiqian finally said, Before the restriction was triggered, I could see what seemed to be a human figure inside the restriction. It seems like that's the case. What I saw was similar to what you guys saw. It was also a human figure that was filled with a bloodthirsty light. However, its aura was very weak. It should be very seriously injured. Qian Shang nodded lightly and said with a smile, In other words, the one who fell from the sky 2 months ago was a human? How is that possible? Judging from the direction where the blood light fell, it should be Heavenly Cliff. You should know the height of Absolute Sky Cliff. Even if a warrior of the Zhao King realm fell, he would definitely die, Lu Jiwen said in disbelief. You're right. Even if it's a Zhao King realm martial artist, it's impossible for them to survive after falling into Heavenly Precipice Cliff. But what if it was a cultivator whose strength had surpassed the precipice and reached the Ultimate Emperor realm? After all, Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators can already walk through the air for a short period of time, and the 4 exalted realm cultivators can walk through the air as if they were walking on flat ground. Heavenly Precipice shouldn't be a problem for these cultivators, right? I didn't expect this matter to involve cultivators of this level. Are we still going to go in? Lu Jiqian frowned. The 3 of them were only at the corporeal yang stage. Cultivators above the Ultimate Emperor realm were like a chasm to them. Qian Shang glanced at Lu Jiqian and sneered. So the Lu family head is not much? With just this level of strength, you plan to be a coward? You. Before Lu Jiqian could speak, Lu Jiwen, who was beside him, was furious. He wanted to step forward, but was blocked by Lu Jiqian. Lu Jiqian looked indifferently at Qian Shang and said, What plan does Leader Qian Shang have? After all, this matter involves an Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. We have to consider this carefully. I'm certain that the cultivator in the cave is severely injured. Otherwise, with his strength, when the 3 of us entered the cave for the first time, he could have killed us directly. But he didn't and used a restriction to stop us. This means that the cultivator is extremely weak. As long as the 3 of us work together, we can definitely kill the cultivator in the cave. A radiant king realm cultivator is able to rule over a low-level city. One can only imagine how rich an ultimate emperor realm cultivator would be. As long as we work together to kill the cultivator in the cave, the rewards we will receive will be unimaginable. Qian Shang's body couldn't help but tremble when he said this. He was very excited to be able to kill a legendary ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Although it was only a heavily injured cultivator, Qian Shang's words also made Lu Jiqian and Lu Jiwen, who were standing in front of him, feel a little tempted. The two of them looked at each other and saw greed in each other's eyes. What do the two of you think? Do you want to work with me? If we succeed in killing that cultivator, we will split the rewards. How about it? Qian Shang spread his hands and chuckled. All right, we suffered a loss just now. Now that we know what's inside the cave, our chances of success should be very high. Lu Jiqian nodded and agreed. Since that's the case, let's go in. Qian Shang nodded when he saw that Lu Jiqian had agreed and immediately rushed into the cave. Lu Jiqian and Lu Jiwen glanced at each other, unwilling to be outdone. They turned into two shadows and entered the cave. After the three of them disappeared into the cave, an illusory figure loomed at the entrance. This figure was Zhuowen, who had used a concealment technique. Looks like your guess was right. Ba Shui is still alive, Zhuowen said softly. However, he's not far from death. From the conversation between the three of them, we can tell that Ba Shui is indeed on the verge of death. I never thought that a fourth Reverend Realm Cultivator would die at the hands of three Corporeal Yang Realm Cultivators. How ironic! Xiaohei's voice slowly rang out. Her voice was filled with schadenfreude. All right, let's go in too. Although Ba Shui is at the end of his rope, he's still not that easy to deal with. Looks like we can be the Oriole this time. After saying that, Zhuowen's illusory figure suddenly turned into nothingness and entered the cave. The cave wasn't deep. Zhuowen only took a few steps before he reached the end. As Zhuowen approached, he could hear the sounds of fighting coming from the depths of the cave. He knew that Lu Jiqian and the other two had already encountered Ba Shui. Quietly turning the last corner, a rather spacious open space appeared in front of him. There was a small pile of hay in the corner of the open space, and a tall figure was quietly sitting cross-legged on top of the hay. Zhuowen took a closer look and immediately recognized the figure sitting on top of the hay. It was Ba Shui, whom he had been looking for. At this time, Ba Shui's aura was very weak, and his exposed body was badly mutilated. If one didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to imagine that the body in front of him was a human body. In the open space, there was a tall blood-red figure standing in front of Ba Shui. The blood-red figure had long blood-red hair and held a long blood-red saber in his hand. It was Ba Shui's armor spirit manifestation. Looking at the blood-colored human figure that was only a few dozen feet tall in the middle of the empty ground, a strange look appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. He still clearly remembered that the blood-colored human figure that the tyrant blood had summoned outside Rattan Armor City was almost a few hundred feet tall. It was like a small mountain, and almost every move it made had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. But now, not only was the blood-red figure only a few feet tall, its power was only at the corporeal Yang realm. It was obvious that Ba Shui was really at the end of his rope. Boom! With a loud bang, the Yuan power in the middle of the empty ground surged out like a tidal wave. Immediately, the blood-colored figure involuntarily retreated a dozen steps under this powerful Yuan power undulation before he directly collided with the rock wall behind him. Don't hold back. I can feel that this blood-red figure is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's attack together and get rid of it completely. Lu Jiqian suddenly shouted at Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang. Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang nodded in agreement. Then, each of them unleashed their best armor skills. Bang! In an instant, the entire cave was filled with boundless Yuan power. Yuan power as powerful as a mountain constantly gushed out from the three of them. Nirvana Yuan hand, heaven-shaking seal, earth-splitting seal. The three of them displayed their most powerful armor skills. 3 dazzling attacks turned into 3 rays of light and fiercely rushed towards the blood-red figure embedded in the rock wall. Rumble! Under these 3 powerful attacks, the entire cave began to shake. It felt as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Countless rocks fell from the ceiling like rain. One could only hear a miserable shriek as the tall, blood-colored figure gradually turned into a bloody glow under the 3 powerful attacks and gradually dissipated. When the blood-red figure disappeared, Ba Shui, who was sitting on a pile of hay, suddenly opened his eyes. He indifferently stared at Lu Jitian and the other 2 in front of him. Soon after, he inexplicably turned his head to look in the direction of the entrance with a strange look in his eyes. Zhuowen, who was originally hiding at the entrance, coincidentally met Ba Shui's gaze. His heart fiercely twitched, and he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Could it be that this fellow had already discovered him? However, Ba Shui only paused at the entrance for a moment. Soon after, he naturally shifted his gaze away and looked indifferently at Lu Jitian and the other 2. He indifferently said, "I never imagined that I, Ba Shui, who has been brilliant all my life, would actually fall at the hands of 3 ants. How laughable!" Lu Jitian and the other 2 vigilantly stared at Ba Shui, who was sitting on a pile of hay. They knew that this fellow's cultivation was at least at the ultimate emperor stage. Although he was seriously injured, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They didn't dare to be careless. "Since I'm about to die, I'll hand over my Qianquan bag to you." However, what stunned the 3 of them was that Ba Shui actually straightforwardly handed over the Qianquan bag at his waist and threw it in the middle of the clearing. As they stared at the Qianquan bag on the ground, the shock on their faces instantly turned into greed. The Qianquan bag in front of them belonged to an unknown expert. There were definitely unimaginable benefits inside. The 3 vigilantly looked at each other and immediately rushed towards the Qianquan bag on the ground. However, just as the 3 of them were about to touch the Qianquan bag, an illusory figure had unknowingly appeared above the Qianquan bag. Soon after, the figure unceremoniously took the Qianquan bag. Chapter 123, Dragon Soul Lu Jitian, and the other 2 did not expect that there would be another person in the cave besides the 3 of them. Looking at the empty ground and the rapidly escaping figure, Lu Jitian's face immediately turned gloomy. He shouted, "Bastard! How dare you snatch our Lu family's things? Do you have a death wish?" After speaking, Lu Jitian stomped his foot on the ground as the boundless Yuan power in his body poured out like a vast ocean. His entire body shot towards the entrance of the cave, like an arrow. Lu Jitian's shout also awakened Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang, who were still in shock. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the dense killing intent in each other's eyes. The 3 of them represented the strongest force in the entire Luchuan town. They did not expect that someone would steal from them right under their noses. The feeling of being robbed made the 2 of them extremely unhappy. Looks like the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance's prestige is not enough. Someone actually dares to steal from us. This is the first time in many years that I've encountered someone like this. Qian Shang laughed sinisterly. Then it's time to display the prestige of the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance. This person must die. Lu Jiwen's voice was filled with killing intent. The 2 of them nodded slightly and turned into 2 black lightning bolts as they followed Lu Jitian. The cave instantly became much more deserted, leaving only Ba Shui sitting alone on a pile of hay. Cough, cough, that brat has a very strange spiritual fluctuation. Since I'm about to die, I might as well take one last gamble. Perhaps I can find a chance to be reborn. After another round of violent coughing, Ba Shui's face became even more unsightly. He slapped his chest with his right hand, and a dense blood-red light rose from his left chest. With a swoosh, he turned into a blood-red light and flew out of the cave. As the blood-red light flew out, the aura in Ba Shui's body gradually dissipated. In the end, Ba Shui's body turned into countless blood-red specks of light and disappeared. In the deep and serene cave, Zhuo Wen's feet moved continuously. His speed had already reached an astonishing level. However, the sound of the wind breaking behind him told him that the furious Lu Jitian was slowly closing in on him. "Brat, how dare you steal something right under our noses?" A loud shout suddenly sounded from not far behind Zhuowen. Soon after, an extremely swift and fierce palm wind suddenly swept over from behind. The ear-piercing sound of tearing air caused even Zhuowen's scalp to turn numb when he heard it. "Brat, you won't be able to dodge this attack. You can only take it head-on." Xiao He, who was standing on Zhuowen's shoulder, had a solemn look in her eyes. "I didn't expect the Lu family head to be so powerful. Judging from his aura, his cultivation should have reached the third stage of the corporeal yang realm." Zhuowen could also feel that the palm wind behind him was getting fiercer and fiercer. He gritted his teeth, and his entire body was instantly covered with ice-blue armor. The 9 blue swords on the back of the armor were instantly unsheathed, forming a sword barrier around his body. At the same time, Zhuowen turned around abruptly. Countless blood veins in his body suddenly erupted, and a huge ape shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Second sky of rampage. A low and deep roar slowly sounded out from his throat. Soon after, Zhuo Wen's right fist suddenly punched out. Powerful Yuan power ferociously intertwined as the huge fist of the ape phantasm followed Zhuo Wen and violently punched out. Oh, a brat at the first stage of the Void realm. At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly turned around, and Lu Jitian saw the true face of the person in front of him. What surprised him was that the person in front of him was a teenager of about 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, the aura emitted from the teenager's body was only at the first stage of the Void realm. Lu Jitian became even angrier when he thought that the person who stole from him was only a warrior at the first stage of the Void realm. Moreover, the warrior had succeeded in the end. "Brat, you really have guts. With such little strength, you dared to steal from our Lu family. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know what you can and can't take. However, the price of this lesson is your life." A ferocious expression appeared on Lu Jitian's face. Endless killing intent, accompanied by surging original energy, suddenly burst out from his body and finally turned into a huge original energy palm in front of him. Bang! The palm violently hit the ape's shadow. Under Zhuowen's horrified gaze, the ape shadow was instantly crushed by the palm like a piece of paper and shattered into countless blood-red fragments. Then, the huge palm made of elemental energy violently enveloped Zhuo Wen's skinny figure. With a violent explosion, the palm made of elemental energy ruthlessly smashed into the sword barrier outside Zhuo Wen's armor. The sword barrier instantly transformed into a gigantic blue whirlwind, viciously enveloping the Yuan power palm. A dazzling ball of light exploded, and the blue whirlwind formed by the 9 blue swords actually crumbled inch by inch under the heavy impact of the Yuan power palm, while the aura of the 9 sharp blue swords also began to weaken. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out from Zhuowen's mouth. Zhuowen's entire body was violently thrown back due to the heavy blow. However, although the blue whirlwind was broken, the original energy palm also instantly collapsed under the corrosion of the blue whirlwind's cold air, turning into specks of light. A touch of astonishment slowly rose in Lu Jiqian's eyes. The originally indifferent expression on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a strange and cautious expression. His cultivation had reached the third stage of the corporeal yang realm, but the youth in front of him was only at the first stage of the Yin Void realm. The difference between the two of them was almost an entire realm. In Lu Jiqian's opinion, his original energy palm should have easily broken through the youth's defense and killed him in one move. However, the final result was beyond his expectations. Not only was the young man not instantly killed as he had imagined, he was only injured. More importantly, his attack was actually broken by the young man. At the same time, in the cave, Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang, who were following closely behind, came to Lu Jiqian's side. Seeing that the original energy palm condensed by Lu Jiqian was actually broken by a youth who was only 15 or 16 years old, their expressions became very rich. This kid is so strange. His cultivation is obviously only at the first stage of the Yin Void realm, but he was actually able to break through the attack of a third stage of the corporeal yang realm warrior. This kind of strength is far beyond the Yin Void realm. It's really strange. Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang looked at the youngster before them as a trace of graveness surfaced in their eyes. They were well aware of the might of the Yuan power palm that Lu Jiqian had unleashed. Even they would find it somewhat troublesome to deal with that kind of power. However, the youngster before them had actually managed to block it. This made the two of them inexplicably shocked. Second brother, Qian Shang, the two of you came at the right time. Let's attack together and get rid of this brat first. Lu Jiqian said with a gloomy face when he saw Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang. Looking at Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang behind Lu Jiqian, Zhuowen's expression changed. Just now, it was already difficult for him to deal with Lu Jiqian. Now, there were two more corporeal yang realm warriors. Even he could not be a match for the three people in front of him. Attack! Immediately kill this kid on the spot to avoid more trouble. Lu Jiqian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He waved his hand and formed a complicated handprint. Then a light seal flew out from his palm and turned into a huge mountain in midair. Hans seal. Behind him, Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang stared at the huge mountain in midair in shock. They did not expect that Lu Jiqian would use this move to deal with a kid in the first stage of the Yin Void realm. However, the two of them also knew that the young man in front of them was a little strange. They did not dare to be careless. Both of them took out their best armor skills and fiercely attacked the young man in front of them. Nirvana Origin Hand. Earth-splitting seal. Two low roars came from their throats. Immediately, a huge palm, dozens of feet wide, stretched out from midair as if it was tearing through the void and fiercely suppressed the young man not far away. With the appearance of the huge palm, a light seal shot into the ground, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. A powerful force fiercely tore the ground apart, and immediately countless sharp earth spikes burst out from the cracks in the ground. The expression on Zhuowen's face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the three attacks in front of him. Each of the three attacks was extremely difficult for him to deal with. If the three attacks were to be combined together, even he would not be able to block them. It seems that I can only fight. Zhuowen patted his storage bag and took out the huge dragon vein saber. Soon after, the endless dragon aura of the five-clawed golden dragon surged into his body. He knew that the dragon vein saber contained the dragon pressure. After using it a few times, He also discovered that the strength of the dragon pressure was determined by the amount of dragon aura that was poured in. He had never tried it before. If the dragon pressure within the dragon vein saber was pushed to its limit, the strength of the dragon pressure that was formed was something that even he had difficulty imagining. This time around, he could be considered to have staked everything. Currently, he could not use his two trump cards, the Nirvana Demon Flame and Xiao Hei's Origin Energy. The former had fallen into a deep slumber, while the latter's Origin Energy had yet to recover. Hence, Zhuowen could only rely on the mysterious dragon vein saber in his hand at this moment. Qi, an endless amount of golden yellow dragon aura poured into the dragon vein saber like a river flowing into the sea. Following the continuous pouring of dragon aura, the surface of the dragon vein saber gradually emitted a hot golden-colored glow. Moreover, the glow became increasingly intense. Finally, it became as dazzling as the sun. When this glow reached its peak, a dragon roar that seemed to have originated from ancient times instantly shot to the sky. At the same time, an incomparably huge golden-colored dragon suddenly rushed out from the dragon vein saber. Chapter 124. Pursuit. The giant golden dragon, which was as huge as a mountain, arched its dragon body, which was hundreds of feet long, and soared into the sky. Its huge dragon claws violently clawed at the three powerful attacks coming at it. Rumble! An intense explosion suddenly resounded through the clouds, echoing unceasingly within the entire cave. The entire passageway also continuously swayed left and right because of this intense collision. Countless pieces of rock wildly fell from the top of the passageway like raindrops. Puff! Zhuowen felt a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart by the powerful force, revealing his muscular body. Go! The dragon soul in the dragon vein saber is incomplete, and its power is very limited. I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on for long. Xiao Hei suddenly shouted as she stood on Zhuowen's shoulder. Zhuowen also knew that the current situation was critical. He forcefully endured the injuries in his body and pulled out the dragon vein saber in front of him. He stomped on the ground and flew out of the cave like an arrow. Bang! Just as Zhuowen left, the huge golden dragon soul in the passage crumbled under the powerful attacks of Lu Jiqian and the other two, revealing the figures of Lu Jiqian and the other two. The three of them looked a little miserable, but they didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Damn it! Where did this kid come from? Even with the three of us working together, we still can't make him stay. How is this possible? Qian Shang, who had been silent, finally showed a horrified expression. He couldn't imagine that a warrior in the Yin Void realm could block the joint attack of three warriors in the corporeal Yang realm and escape successfully. Lu Jiqian and Lu Jiwen's complexion became more and more unsightly. Lu Jiqian coldly snorted and said, "Let's continue chasing. We can't let this kid live. This kid already has such combat strength at such a young age. If he is allowed to develop for a few more years, perhaps even if our Lu family and your mercenary alliance join forces, we may not be his match. Big Brother is right. This time, we've completely offended that kid. I can see that he's not the kind of person who would settle things peacefully. If he really escapes, he'll definitely come back to take revenge on us in the future." Lu Jiwen echoed. After saying that, Lu Jiqian and Lu Jiwen did not hesitate to turn into two black bolts of lightning and shot out of the cave. They still had a chance. After all, there were still a lot of people outside the cave. They believed that they could catch up to Zhuowen with the help of these people. A trace of hesitation appeared on Qian Shang's face, but in the end, he bounced off the ground and followed after him. The cave entrance was close at hand, and the dazzling light seeped in from outside the cave. With a swoosh, Zhuowen instantly rushed out of the cave entrance and arrived at the empty space outside the cave. Everyone, listen up. Stop the kid who appeared at the cave entrance. Whoever manages to stall him will be rewarded with a grade 2 elixir and 100,000 yuan. The moment Zhuowen appeared at the entrance of the cave, Lu Jiqian's vigorous voice suddenly rolled out. Nearly 100 warriors in the open space were surprised when they saw a young man suddenly appear at the entrance of the cave. However, Lu Jiqian's sudden words made the eyes of the group of warriors turn scarlet red. Numerous gazes instantly gathered on Zhuowen's body at the cave entrance. From these gazes, there was a glimmer of greed. Ha ha! A grade 2 elixir and 100,000 yuan. The Lu family's patriarch is really generous this time. The Lu family's patriarch is really generous. With such a high reward, it's just to stall a kid. Everyone, let's go and take down this kid. Unbridled words suddenly rang out from the empty space. Soon after, nearly 100 warriors on the empty space pounced towards Zhuowen like ferocious tigers with their weapons raised. Their faces were filled with arrogant smiles and disdain. In their view, Zhuowen was only a 15-16-year-old youth. His cultivation was definitely not high, and it would be easy for them to take him down. Zhuowen, rush over. You can't stay here for long. If the 3 people behind catch up, it will be very difficult for you to escape. Xiao He said with a solemn expression. He knew that this was a critical moment. Once the Lu family's trio caught up, it would be difficult for Zhuowen to escape. I know. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen's cold face suddenly revealed a bloodthirsty smile. At the same time, waves of ice-blue cold air suddenly wrapped around his entire body. In the end, an ice-blue armor covered his entire body. The 9 blue swords on his back were suddenly unsheathed and swirled around his body. Those who block me, die. With a loud roar, Zhuowen ferociously stomped on the ground. A dense cold qi froze the ground around him into a layer of ice. Zhuowen was like an arrow released from a bow as he fearlessly charged towards the 100 cultivators in front of him. Kid, your strength isn't much. Your tone isn't small. After we capture you later, can you still be so arrogant? The cultivator at the very front revealed a cold smile. He looked at the charging Zhuowen as though he was looking at a dead man. However, just as this cultivator spoke, he suddenly felt a trace of coldness on his neck. Soon after, he was shocked to discover that a long sword filled with icy blue cold qi had unknowingly slashed across his neck. His eyes widened as his entire body instantly turned into a stiff ice sculpture. There were 8 other cultivators who received similar treatment as this cultivator. The cultivators who were at the front of the line also ended up being turned into ice sculptures. Hiss! Seeing the 9 cultivators at the very front instantly turn into 9 cold ice sculptures, the remaining cultivators were stunned for a moment, and a series of gasps could be heard one after another. The 9 warriors who rushed to the front were the strongest in the group. Their cultivations had all reached the 5th level of the Yin Void realm. However, they were killed in the blink of an eye. This strange and terrifying method made the rest of the warriors feel a chill in their hearts. However, the silence only lasted for a moment before a voice suddenly broke the silence. Don't be afraid. There are so many of us, but he is alone. We don't have to be afraid at all. As long as we can delay him until family head Lu and the others come out, we will get the corresponding rewards. As soon as the words came out, the scene became noisy again. The fear in their eyes was instantly replaced by greed. Yes, he is alone. I don't believe that he can kill us all in an instant if we attack together. Kill him. There is no reward without risk. Whoosh, whoosh. The remaining cultivators, who were originally standing in place, became abnormally excited. Immediately, their eyes blazed as they turned into countless black shadows and surrounded Zhuo. Obviously, they wanted to use the human wave tactic to completely surround and kill Zhuo. Do you really think that you can stop me because you have more people? An indifferent and clear voice slowly rang out. Zhuo quietly gazed at the sky. Countless cultivators were rushing towards him once again. His eyes revealed a ruthless expression. Sword Rampart. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 blue swords began to spin rapidly around his body. In an instant, a blue whirlwind was formed within 30 feet of his body. Bang! In the sky, countless warriors collided with the blue whirlwind and were instantly frozen into ice-blue ice sculptures by the cold air contained in the whirlwind. The ice sculptures were torn apart by the whirlwind and instantly turned into countless ice shards. Countless ice shards fell from the sky as if it was snowing. However, the snow that fell was blood-red. The blue whirlwind killed almost half of the warriors. In an instant, the remaining warriors stared blankly at the bloody snow that suddenly fell. They knew that it was the flesh and blood of living warriors. Thump, thump, a thin and tall figure slowly walked out of the bloody snow. The light footsteps were like a death knell in the hearts of the remaining warriors, making them tremble with fear. They really couldn't imagine how a 15 or 16-year-old boy in front of them could have such a terrifying power. Almost 100 warriors of the Void realm were killed in just a few breaths, leaving only a dozen survivors. Boom! Zhuo abruptly swung the dragon vein saber on his shoulder, and the powerful force caused the ground to crack. His indifferent voice slowly spread out from the spot where he stood. You still want to block my way? The remaining dozen or so cultivators stared at the young man in front of them with complicated and awe-inspiring expressions. They all lowered their heads and opened a path in the middle. Boy, go to hell! A loud roar suddenly whistled out from the cave. Soon after, Zhuo could feel a swift and fierce palm wind behind him as it ferociously smashed towards his back. Zhuo's expression changed. He held the dragon vein saber with both hands. His body suddenly turned in a half circle, and he fiercely swept back with the dragon vein saber. The powerful origin energy, accompanied by the strong wind, swept out a powerful whirlwind where he stood. Behind him, an origin energy palm that was dozens of meters long, like a mountain, fiercely shrouded Zhuo's head. Boom! The dragon vein saber fiercely collided with the origin energy palm, and a ball of light that was like a scorching sun exploded. Immediately, the ground within a radius of 10 miles quickly spread out like a spider web, and the moment the light finally exploded, half of the ground caved in, directly forming a huge pit. Some of the weaker warriors in the surrounding could not help but groan and retreat a dozen steps under the aftermath of the violent collision. They could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With a groan, a figure turned into a black shadow with a swoosh and swept straight into the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Lu Jiqian, the Lu family, and the Mercenary Alliance. Zhuo, will remember what happened today. If I don't die this time, wait for my revenge. The moment the figure disappeared from the Annihilation Forest, a voice filled with hatred reverberated in the empty space. Revenge! I don't think you have the chance. Today, I will kill you. Lu Jiqian was not to be outdone. His figure flashed, and he closely followed Zhuo into the Annihilation Forest. Behind Lu Jiqian, Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang also followed closely. Chapter 125. 10 dragons to heaven night shrouded the huge Annihilation Forest. The cold moonlight poured down, draping a thin veil over the forest, making it seem exceptionally tranquil. In the past, Annihilation Forest would be filled with meta beasts, and almost no one would be willing to stay here. However, today was an exception. Whoosh, whoosh. In the quiet sky, the sound of rushing wind was suddenly heard. It immediately attracted the attention of the meta beasts in the depths of the forest. Many irritable howls suddenly sounded in the depths of the forest. In this pitch-black night, it was exceptionally horrifying. Zhuowen didn't pay too much attention to the restlessness of the meta beasts in the forest. He understood that the troublesome ones this time should be Lu Jiqian and the other two who were relentlessly chasing after him. According to Xiao Hei's judgment, Lu Jiqian and Qian Shang had already reached the third level of the corporeal yang realm, while Lu Jiwen had only just entered the corporeal yang realm. Right now, Zhuowen could only rely on the 10,000-year profound ice armor and dragon vein saber. His strength was at most on par with Lu Jiwen's. Encountering Lu Jiqian and Qian Shang was like throwing an egg against a rock. If it wasn't for the cover of the night and the occasional meta beast that would appear from the forest to obstruct Lu Jiqian and the other two, Zhuowen would have been caught long ago. The three fellows behind us are still in hot pursuit, and their speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, they will catch up to us very soon. Xiao Hei stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and stared at the three figures that were rapidly approaching from behind. Her eyes were filled with seriousness. Zhuowen pursed his lips. He also knew that the current situation was very critical, but there was no other way except to escape. Unless he could give up the Qianquan bag that he had obtained with great difficulty. However, the bag contained the ice flame saint symbol that he needed. It was absolutely impossible for him to give it up. Let's escape into the depths of Annihilation Forest first. In the depths of the forest, there are many powerful meta beasts. Only by messing up the situation will we have a chance of survival. Xiao Hei, now that we have the ice flame saint symbol, can you use the saint symbol's power to recover your origin energy? If you recover, we will be able to resolve this crisis. Tilting his head to look at Xiao Hei on his shoulder, a glimmer of hope appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. He was very clear that if Xiao Hei's origin energy would definitely be able to deal with the three people behind them. Kid, the holy talisman must be fused into your body. Only then can I use you as a medium and use the holy talisman to recover my origin energy. Xiao Hei editors Shuiyang Realm, Xiao Hei Lin, Xiao Hei, just Xiao Hei Dragon. Hey, NNN Ice, NN Hei, Xiao You, Xiao Hei, Xiao Hei, Xiao Hei. Hey he, swoosh. A sonic boom suddenly sounded from behind, causing Zhuowen's expression to change. He knew that Lu Jiqian and the other two were determined to get rid of him. Kid, do you think that you can escape from me? A dark and cold voice was suddenly transmitted from behind. Soon after, Zhuowen could feel an extremely powerful yuan power undulation suddenly slanting towards him from behind. An indescribable sense of danger rose in his heart. Zhuowen fiercely gritted his teeth and heavily stomped on a tree trunk. A powerful force broke the tree trunk, causing Zhuowen's speed to soar. Boom! At the spot where Zhuowen had just disappeared, a large yuan power palm descended from the sky and ruthlessly slammed onto the tree trunk. The powerful yuan power even tore the entire tree apart. This little bastard is pretty slippery. Lu Jiqian's figure appeared in a flash after his palm hit the air. He looked at the figure in front of him, whose speed had increased by a lot, and his face turned ashen. He never thought that the young man in front of him would be so difficult to deal with. He had been chasing him for nearly 6 hours, but he was still unable to capture him. Lu Jiqian did not plan to give up after missing his attack. His figure once again expanded as he persevered in his chase. An incomparably powerful Yuan power spread out in the air, causing some of the weaker Yuan beasts to tremble in fear. Damn it, I've already chased for so long, yet they still haven't given up. After dodging the previous palm, Zhuowen's face involuntarily turned pale. He quickly swallowed a few energy-gathering pills before his complexion improved a little. However, when he felt the wind behind him once again, Zhuowen could not help but curse. After all, you have the Qianquan bag of 4 reverend stage practitioners in your hands. There are definitely unimaginable treasures inside. Naturally, they won't give up so easily. Xiaohe chuckled. Zhuowen bitterly smiled and did not reply. Instead, he focused on escaping in front of him. From time to time, he even had to pay attention to the sudden attacks of Yuan beasts. In the subsequent chase, Lu Jiqian's attacks became increasingly fierce. However, with Xiaohe's sharp judgment and warnings, Zhuowen was always able to evade Lu Jiqian's attacks. However, this also caused Lu Jiqian to fly into a rage. However, this chase did not last for long. Very quickly, they arrived at the depths of Annihilation Forest. Instantly, a huge and boundless moat appeared in front of Zhuowen. The moat stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was pitch black. At the bottom of the moat, it was unknown how deep it was. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with extremely terrifying yin qi. These yin qi were like fountains that shot into the sky from the moat. When they collided with each other, they formed a turbulence that resembled a whirlwind. The turbulence was like a thick wall that blocked Zhuowen's path. If one were to look at the turbulence above the moat from afar, they would feel that the shape of the turbulence was similar to a human eye that was silently watching the entire Annihilation Forest. Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. Looking at the moat that appeared in front of him, Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. The huge moat in front of him was the most terrifying place in Annihilation Forest. Even corporeal Yang stage practitioners would not dare to enter this place. The terrifying yin qi turbulence inside could easily tear apart a corporeal Yang stage practitioner's armor. Suddenly stopping, Zhuowen's expression became increasingly ugly. At the same time, Lu Jiqian and the other 2 quickly appeared behind him. When they saw the situation, they could not help but laugh heartily. You are Zhuowen, right? Looks like even the heavens are not helping you. I want to see where you will hide next. Zhuowen's expression was gloomy as he stared at the moat that was surging with yin qi. His eyes flickered wildly. He had never imagined that he would be forced to such a state. Zhuowen, you have nowhere else to go. Hand over your Qianquan bag, and perhaps we will let you live. Behind Lu Jiqian, Qianshang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Brother Qianshang, you are wrong. This bastard has caused us to chase him for so long. How can we let him go so easily? If this brat obediently hands over his Qianquan bag, we may leave his corpse intact. Otherwise, there won't even be a corpse left. Lu Jiwen suddenly chuckled. Qianshang looked at the cruel smile on Lu Jiwen's face and furrowed his brows in displeasure. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Jiqian waved his hand and interrupted him. Soon after, Lu Jiqian focused his gaze on the youth before him. Zhuowen, as long as you hand over your Qianquan bag and break one of your arms, we will spare your life. As for the matter of you snatching my Qianquan bag, I, Lu Jiqian, will let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Lu Jiqian placed his hands behind his back as he looked down at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes flickered wildly as he took a deep breath. His face was filled with a sneer. He knew that he could not escape now, and might as well let go. Who do you think you are? If you want my Qianquan bag, come and take it if you have the ability. Zhuowen's sneer immediately stunned Lu Jiqian, and the other two. They did not expect that even at this juncture, Zhuowen did not have the slightest intention of backing down. Moreover, his words were not polite at all. At least you have some backbone. However, when I capture you later and break your limbs, will you still have the same backbone? Lu Jiqian laughed as a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Jiwen, Qian Shang, please guard the rear. Do not let this little bastard take the opportunity to escape. Qian Shang, you do not need to worry. After we obtain the Qianquan bag, the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance will split it equally. Today, I will personally deal with this little bastard. Hearing Lu Jiqian's instructions, Lu Jiwen did not have any objections. On the other hand, Qian Shang hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Seeing the two of them agree, the corners of Lu Jiqian's mouth curled into a terrifying arc. Soon after, he looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. Zhuowen, since you want to die, I will personally send you on your way. Lu Jiqian had a ferocious look on his face as he waved his hand. Surging yuan force condensed into a huge mountain that was several hundred feet tall in the sky. Countless yellow rays of light lingered around the mountain as a mighty aura was emitted from the mountain. Ultimate Han seal. A light seal suddenly shot out from Lu Jiqian's hand and entered the huge mountain in the sky. Immediately, the mountain that was several hundred feet tall was instantly split into countless pieces of rock. Each piece of rock was the size of two people. Once the countless pieces of rock were formed, they immediately tore through the air and ruthlessly smashed towards Zhuowen like a rain of bullets. Kid, use the primordial roar dragon fist. I will help you break through to the 10-dragon roar stage. Once the primordial roar dragon fist reaches the 10-dragon roar stage, its power will undergo a qualitative change. Time is of the essence right now, so you better comprehend the essence of the 10-dragon roar as soon as possible. The black puppy had also sensed the immense power contained within the countless rocks in the sky. It could not be bothered to hide it any longer. It directly transmitted the secrets of the 10-dragon roars to Zhuowen, hoping that Zhuowen would be able to make a breakthrough at this moment. Feeling the mysterious secrets that inexplicably appeared in his mind, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. He slightly raised his head and fearlessly looked at the countless fragments in the sky. His gaze was calm and tranquil. Zhuowen gently raised his hands and slightly opened his palms. Soon after, he suddenly withdrew them and drew a set of strange marks in front of his chest. If one looked at those marks carefully, it was actually a picture of a dragon. At the same time, Zhuowen's body gradually emitted a dazzling golden light. An unprecedentedly powerful aura burst out from Zhuowen's body. Lu Jiqian, whose face was originally filled with confidence, also felt the aura that suddenly burst out from Zhuowen's body. His expression abruptly changed. Chapter 126. A Trapped Beast's Struggle, Primeval Chaos Dragon Roar Fist. 10 Dragons to the Heavens. A clear and indifferent voice slowly rang out. Immediately, a blazing light that was as bright as the sun erupted from Zhuowen's skinny body. Awu! Countless deafening dragon roars abruptly exploded in the empty space. Shortly after, cracking sounds immediately erupted from Zhuowen's body. After that, huge golden dragons abruptly shot out from his body. The golden dragon's body was several hundred feet long, and its body was covered with densely packed dragon scales that were clearly visible. The resplendent brilliance illuminated the entire Annihilation Forest as if it was daytime. Awu! 10 huge golden dragons circled above Zhuowen. The dazzling light almost turned into a scorching sun. This brilliance almost covered the entire Annihilation Forest. Countless origin beasts in the Annihilation Forest raised their heads at this moment and looked at the 10 huge golden dragons circling in the sky. They involuntarily knelt down. In Luchuan Town, which was far away in the outskirts of the Annihilation Forest, countless warriors also raised their heads and stared at the 10 huge dragons that were like scorching suns in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Everyone's faces were instantly stunned. What is that? Why is there such a terrifying energy fluctuation? So powerful. There are actually 10 huge golden dragons in that scorching sun. That seems to be the heaven fiend dark eye in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Why is there such a huge commotion tonight? What exactly happened? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. When countless warriors slowly woke up from their daze, a noisy uproar gradually rose. The originally quiet Luchuan Town instantly became extremely noisy. Many warriors also began to stir. When the noise reached its peak, someone finally could no longer hold back. He turned into a bolt of black lightning and rushed towards the depths of the Annihilation Forest. With these people taking the lead, the remaining warriors followed closely behind. In an instant, the sky above the Annihilation Forest was like a swarm of locusts. Countless warriors from Willow Town rushed towards the depths of the Annihilation Forest with excited expressions. Usually, Annihilation Forest was filled with danger at night. The number of metabeasts that came out to hunt at night was much higher than the number of metabeasts that came out during the day. However, tonight was exceptionally strange. The metabeasts in the forest seemed to be avoiding the plague as they hid in their own caves, not daring to come out. The warriors who had barged into the Annihilation Forest also discovered this strange phenomenon. Immediately, they were no longer cautious and rushed towards the depths of the forest at full speed. They wanted to see what had happened in the depths of the forest that caused such a huge commotion. Somewhere in the Annihilation Forest, a few blurry figures were heading towards the blazing light in the depths of the Annihilation Forest. Sister, do you really intend to join in the fun? I can feel the powerful fluctuations coming from there. There must be experts fighting there to be able to create such a shocking scene. Their strength is definitely not something we can match. I think it's better for us to go back. Furthermore, our mercenary group is wanted by the Liu family. Now that the Liu family has sent out all their elites, this is our chance. Let's escape. A clear and pleasant voice rang out from among the figures. If one looked closely, one would see that the lady who spoke was actually the deputy leader of the Liu Yen mercenary group. Hanyu, the sister she was referring to, was the leader, Han Shui. Behind Han Shui and Hanyu was a tall and honest man. He was Fengyu, whom Zhuowen had saved earlier. Beside Fengyu was the red-dressed girl, Xiao Qian, who had a stubborn look on her face. And Xiao Qian, you are too weak. Why did you follow us? Hanyu's beautiful eyes turned towards the red-dressed girl behind her as she spoke in a serious tone. Deputy Leader, don't worry. I will be responsible for Xiao Qian's safety. I don't know why, but the meta-beasts in the Annihilation Forest seem to be afraid of something and have all gone into hiding. The forest now is much safer than usual. Fengyu hurriedly explained for the red-dressed girl, looking helplessly at the silent girl beside him. Fengyu's lips curled into a bitter smile. He knew that the reason Xiao Qian insisted on following them was probably related to Xiao Sei. I heard that the Liu family and the Mercenary Alliance who went to the Blood Fiend Rock today did not obtain the treasure inside. In the end, the treasure was snatched away by an unknown young man. Liu Jiqian and Liu Jiwen of the Liu family and Qian Shang of the Mercenary Alliance were all furiously chasing after that young man. I'm afraid that the strange phenomenon in the Annihilation Forest is related to those four people. Han Shui, who was at the front, suddenly spoke. Her beautiful face revealed a rare trace of determination. you think that young man is the Xiaosei who saved us today? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Definitely. Only that fellow has the ability to snatch a rare treasure from the hands of the three strongest people in Luchuan town. Our Flowing Flame mercenary group owes this little brother a favor. I can't just stand by and watch him die, Han Shui said with a resolute gaze. As soon as Han Shui finished speaking, a glint flashed across the eyes of the girl in the red dress who was at the very back. She stared at the 10 dragons that were clearly visible in the sky, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes once again. She also did not expect that the young man, whom she thought was just an ordinary alchemist, was actually hiding such powerful strength. Not only did he single-handedly save the Flowing Flame mercenary group from danger, he even snatched something from the hands of the three strongest people in Luchuan town. Whether it was courage or strength, no one in the same generation could compare to him. The number one genius of the mercenary group, Feng Gong, whom she had always admired, also paled in comparison to Zhuowen. In front of the heaven fiend dark eye, Zhuowen, whose body was enveloped in a dense golden light, stared indifferently at Lu Jiqian, who was looking down from above. He gently waved his right hand, and the 10 huge golden dragons in the sky suddenly enveloped his body. Rumble! At the same time, Lu Jiqian's attack arrived in an instant. Countless meteorite-like fragments fell like rain and ruthlessly smashed onto Zhuowen's body. The moment the golden dragons collided with the countless fragments, everything seemed to have come to a standstill. When this strange stillness gradually faded away, an earth-shattering sound instantly rang out in the entire Annihilation Forest. Countless fragments fell to the ground, forming a forbidden zone. A ball of brilliance exploded, and countless blazing energy fluctuations spread out in all directions like ripples. Following that, countless explosions rang out, and the vast open space was finally formed into a huge crater under the enormous explosive energy. Lu Jiqian, who was standing not far away, stared at the deep crater in front of him and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the powerful aura that Zhuowen had suddenly released had shocked him, in his opinion, even if Zhuowen's aura had soared, it would be of no use after being struck by his ultimate Hans seal. I didn't expect him to be so weak after causing such a huge commotion. It seems that I have overestimated this kid. I wonder if that kid's body is still intact after the previous attack. However, looking at the situation, I will have to personally search for his Qinquan bag. Glancing at the deep crater not far away, Lu Jiqian's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile. Big brother, it seems that we have caused quite a commotion this time. Quite a number of fighters have come. Lu Jiwen, who was behind him, suddenly interrupted. Lu Jiqian frowned slightly. He had also discovered that there were many whooshing sounds coming from the dense forest behind him. Soon after, countless black figures flickered endlessly in the forest. My friends, the Lu family, and the Mercenary Alliance are dealing with matters. I hope that you won't interfere. Otherwise, we don't mind going on a killing spree. A vigorous voice spread through the entire forest with the help of elemental energy. When Lu Jiqian's words came out, the flickering figures in the dense forest immediately stiffened. Evidently, Lu Jiqian's announcement of his name had a certain effect. Looking at the dense forest that gradually quietened down, Lu Jiqian's mouth revealed a trace of satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn his head, an indescribable sense of crisis instantly filled his mind. Old man, do you really think that victory is in your hands now? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Soon after, a figure immediately rushed out from the deep crater. His target was Lu Jiqian, whose attention had shifted to the dense forest. Primordial dragon roar fist, 10 dragons soaring to the heavens. A shout came out from his throat. Soon after, 10 golden dragons appeared once again, intertwining with each other as they pounced towards Lu Jitian. Lu Jitian simply did not expect that there would be such an unforeseen event in the end. He was caught off guard and only had time to release his armor before he was devoured by the 10 dragons. Bang! A figure suddenly flew out from the impact of the dragons. After tumbling on the ground for more than a dozen times, he finally crashed into a thick tree trunk, revealing a rather embarrassing figure. At this time, more and more figures gathered in the dense forest. At a glance, it was densely packed with figures. These were all warriors who had rushed over from Luchuan town. When these warriors rushed over, they coincidentally saw a miserable figure flying backwards and crashing into a tree trunk. When these people saw the face of this figure clearly, a series of gasps sounded one after another, and the expressions on their faces became unusually interesting. This was because this figure was none other than the current head of the Lu family, Lu Jitian. They did not expect that Lu Jitian, whose strength had reached the 3rd stage of the corporeal yang realm, would be in such a sorry state. When everyone cast their gazes forward and saw the thin and tall figure, the gasps came to an abrupt end. The expressions on their faces seemed to freeze as they became sluggish. This was because the figure was actually a youth of only 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, the youth's aura was only at the 1st stage of the Yin Void realm. Judging from the trajectory and position on the ground, Lu Jitian's embarrassing state seemed to be caused by the youth in front of them. Chapter 127. A desperate situation. Little bastard, I will definitely kill you today. A roar that contained madness and fury suddenly resounded over the empty ground. Countless numbers of human figures within the dense forest also let out this roar. Their gazes gathered towards the source of the sound. At this moment, they saw that Lu Jitian's entire body was covered by a fiery red armor. Wave after wave of hot energy erupted from within his body. Lu Jitian's current condition was not very good. Although he had unleashed his armor in time and blocked Zhuowen's sneak attack, the remnant waves of the powerful energy caused his chest to feel stuffy. More importantly, he had actually been reduced to such a miserable state by Zhuowen in front of everyone's eyes. This was something that Lu Jitian could not endure in his heart. In front of the empty ground, Zhuowen watched Lu Jitian walking over one step at a time. A bitter smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. The 10 dragons soared to the heavens earlier had completely exhausted the little remaining yuan power within his body. Without the support of yuan power, even Zhuowen was just like a cripple. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. The might of the armor technique that you have used earlier has really surprised me. However, can you still use it a second time? Silence covered the sky. The disheveled Lu Jitian slowly raised his head. Both of his eyes were like a poisonous snake as he viciously stared at Zhuowen and slowly said, "If you can't, I will take your life, the unique treasure in your hands, and the armor technique from earlier." Lu Jitian slowly raised his hand and faced Zhuowen from a distance. Rich yuan power once again swiftly gathered on his palm. Zhuowen's eyes were incomparably gloomy. He did not expect that he would still be unable to defeat Lu Jitian even after using the 10 dragons soar to the heavens. This was already his greatest counterattack at this moment. However, the effect was not as good as he had expected. After all, the gap between him and Lu Jitian was really too great. Zhuowen knew that even if he currently possessed the Nirvana demon flame, he might not be a match for Lu Jitian. "Zhuowen, what should we do?" Xiao Hei's solemn voice sounded within Zhuowen's heart. After taking a deep breath, Zhuowen suddenly turned around and looked at the endless natural chasm. He struggled for a moment before a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Now, our only choice is to enter the heaven fiend netherworld," Staring at Lu Jiqian, who was closing in on him step by step, Zhuowen stomped on the ground. Under countless shocked gazes, he charged into the giant, eye formed by the huge cold current. "Ha, Lu Jiqian, if you have the guts, then chase after me." A loud laughter sounded from the sky above the empty ground. Everyone's eyes shrunk when they heard the loud laughter. A thought flashed across their hearts. That fellow has gone crazy. That guy must be crazy. Entering the heavenly fiend dark, is certain death. What a ruthless guy. Even if he dies, he's not willing to give his treasure to Lu Jiqian. That Lu Jiqian is probably going crazy from anger. Countless whispers rang out noisily in the sky. Zhuowen's actions had exceeded everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that he would choose such an extreme method in the end. "Bastard, you dare?" Lu Jiqian's expression involuntarily turned dull as he looked at Zhuowen, who had thrown himself into the heavenly moat. Soon after, a furious expression erupted from his eyes as a crazy roar erupted across the sky. "Jiwen, Qian Shang, stop him together. Otherwise, if this brat really enters the heaven fiend dark, we won't be able to obtain that treasure." Lu Jiqian roared. His entire body was like a bolt of black lightning as he suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen. His speed had reached a terrifying level. Lu Jiwen and Qian Shang also knew the seriousness of this matter and no longer held back. They erupted with their fastest speed and chased after Zhuowen. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 ear-piercing, whooshing sounds resounded in the sky. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he sensed that Lu Jiqian and the other 2 had arrived 10 meters behind him in an instant. Moreover, the distance between them was constantly shrinking. "Zhuowen, you won't be able to escape today. Even if you die, you must leave the treasure behind." A sinister voice suddenly rang out behind him. Soon after, Zhuowen sensed 3 extremely powerful yuan power fluctuations coming from behind him. In the end, they turned into 3 intense balls of light that shot towards Zhuowen's back. "Damn it!" Feeling the power of the attack behind him, a trace of despair involuntarily surfaced on Zhuowen's face. He could feel the power of the attack behind him. If he was hit by it, even he would be seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, he did not have the slightest bit of strength on his body right now. Just as the powerful attack was about to reach Zhuowen's body, a strange blood light suddenly shot over from afar. Without anyone noticing, the blood light quietly adhered to Zhuowen's body. Rumble! Above the natural chasm, a huge ball of light suddenly exploded. The intense white light seemed to have enveloped the entire sky, causing the pitch-black night to be as bright as day. "Ha, little bastard, this is the consequence of going against our Lu family." Staring at the exploding ball of light in the sky, Lu Jiqian wildly laughed. His sinister face was filled with madness. However, the smile on his face only lasted for an instant before it instantly froze. A strange blood light suddenly erupted from the cluster of light that had exploded in the sky. Immediately, one could hear a loud rumbling sound. The dazzling white light was suddenly replaced by a blood light. At the same time, a blood-colored human figure that was dozens of feet in size slowly floated in the sky. This is the power of the tyrant blood. Zhuowen, who originally had a look of despair on his face, looked at the blood-colored figure in shock. He recognized the blood-colored figure in front of him. It was the materialization of the tyrant blood's soul armor. "Brat, my power cannot be maintained for too long. Quickly escape." The blood-colored human figure took a deep look at Zhuowen. Immediately, he waved the blood-colored broadsword in his hand. Carrying Zhuowen, he charged into the natural moat in front of everyone's shocked eyes. In an instant, he disappeared within it. Lu Jiqian, as long as I, Zhuowen, am alive, I will make your Lu family pay the price in blood. Also, before I leave, let me tell you a secret. Your son, Lu Yuan, was actually killed by me. The Flowing Flame mercenary group that you have been taking revenge on is simply a joke. Ha! When Zhuowen disappeared into the huge natural chasm, Zhuowen's beast-like roar resounded from the natural chasm and finally reverberated in the sky. What? My nephew, Lu Yuan, was killed by this brat? Lu Jiwen, who was originally behind him, also heard Zhuowen's roar and could not help but be startled. However, after thinking about it, he also felt that Zhuowen's words were likely to be true. After all, the Flowing Flame mercenary group was only a small mercenary group. Even the strongest leader, Han Shui, had just reached the Yin Void realm. Half a year ago, the Flowing Flame mercenary group had no ability to kill Lu Yuan, who had a first-level Yin Void realm guard. However, Zhuowen was different. He had such strength at such a young age, so it should be easy for him to kill a first-level Yin Void realm warrior. Therefore, what Zhuowen said was likely to be true. Zhuowen, I, Lu Jiqian, will remember you. Even if you enter the Heaven Fiend Dark, so what? I will investigate your clan. Since you are already dead, then your clan will pay for the sins you have committed. I will ruthlessly erase everything related to you in order to avenge you on our... Lu Jiqian roared to the sky. His voice was filled with rage and resentment. At this time, his eyes were bloodshot. After such a crazy roar, Lu Jiqian's face suddenly turned red, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh my God! Lu Jiqian was actually injured. It was caused by Zhuowen from before. What terrifying strength! What monstrous talent! That young man, named Zhuowen, seems to be only 15 or 16 years old. He was able to force Lu Jiqian to such a state at such a young age. If he was allowed to develop for a few more years, wouldn't his strength be even more terrifying? Seeing Lu Jiqian spit out blood due to anxiety, the entire dense forest was in an uproar. In the depths of the dense forest, a beautiful figure looked absent-mindedly at the figure who had resolutely jumped into the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye. She only felt a lump in her throat, and 2 lines of clear tears fell down involuntarily. He is really Zhuowen. Why did he hide it from me? Han Shui covered her cherry lips with her jade-like hand, her voice trembling and sorrowful. Han Yu, who was beside her, also stared blankly at the figure who had disappeared in the cold current. A trace of sorrow flashed through her beautiful eyes. Finally, she calmly held Han Shui's jade-like hand and said, "Sister, we must leave this place now. It's best that we leave Luchuan town while the sky is dark. It will be too late for us to leave once the Lu family realizes this. Also, Zhuowen is blessed by the heavens. He will definitely be fine." Han Shui once again stared at the huge cold current above the empty ground. In the end, she nodded her head after roaring absent-mindedly for a while. Lu Jiqian finally slowly calmed down on the empty ground. His expression was gloomy as he looked at the terrifying blade, like cold chi turbulence above the natural moat. After hesitating a couple of times, he finally did not dare to charge in. He clearly understood just how dangerous the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye was. "Big brother, I'm afraid that Zhuowen has already died in the cold current," Lu Jiwen cautiously said after seeing that Lu Jiqian had finally calmed down. "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Gather all of the Lu family's men and search along the periphery of the natural moat. I can sense that there is a powerful seal outside the Qianquan bag, left behind by that expert. It won't be so easily damaged. We might be able to find him again if we wait outside." Lu Jiqian took a deep breath and said in a gloomy voice, "Yes." A bitter smile appeared on Lu Jiwen's face. The heavenly moat in front of him was extremely large. If he wanted to arrange for people to search, it would not be a simple project. However, Lu Jiqian was still angry. He did not want to provoke him and be scolded. Chapter 128. Possession. The cold moonlight shone down, draping a layer of gauze over the pitch-black forest. With the departure of Lu Jiqian and the rest, the place became even more chaotic. The eyes of the cultivators hidden in the dense forest flickered, but they didn't leave. Instead, they descended and formed groups to search along the edge of the natural moat. Clearly, they wanted to try their luck and perhaps find a rare treasure at the edge. The night's earth-shattering battle finally came to an end when Zhuowen charged into the desperate situation of the heaven fiend Dark Eye. However, everyone was somewhat regretful that they weren't able to see the true appearance of the rare treasure. Fortunately, tonight's battle was enough to make their trip worthwhile. It was obvious that after tonight, Zhuowen's name would completely shock the entire Luchuan town. He had single-handedly contended against the combined forces of the Lu family and the Mercenary Alliance. Furthermore, he had fought with Lu Jiqian, who was at the third layer of the corporeal yang stage, and even injured him. Such a glorious battle record was enough to make many of the Luchuan town's cultivators revere him. Tonight's battle had made Luchuan town remember the name Zhuowen, as well as his arrogant and untamed figure. The endless cold currents in the heaven fiend Dark Eye were like blades as they swept towards Zhuowen's body. Streams of heaven fiend cold qi flooded over from all directions. Each stream of heaven fiend cold qi was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a corporeal yang stage cultivator. Countless streams of heaven fiend cold qi converged and collided with each other, creating a powerful turbulence that was incomparably terrifying. The 10,000-year mysterious ice armor on Zhuowen's body completely turned into nothingness after blocking dozens of streams of heaven fiend cold qi. The cold qi was like a sharp blade as it struck Zhuowen's body, leaving behind hideous wounds. In a short period of time, Zhuowen's body was drenched in blood. What a powerful cold current. "Kid, even I can't help you this time." Xiao Hei's voice immediately rang out in his mind. However, her voice was filled with helplessness and despair. "It's better than falling into the hands of Lu Jiqian and the others. It's a pity that I have to die in such an aggrieved manner, even though I have already snatched the holy ice fire symbol. I'm really unwilling to accept this." Zhuowen could feel his body becoming more and more numb as he smiled bitterly. "Puqi." A cold current struck Zhuowen's body, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Faced with the endless cold current around him, his consciousness finally began to gradually blur. Sizzle! However, just as Zhuowen's consciousness fell into complete darkness, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Afterwards, a smear of blood-red light emerged from Zhuowen's chest. Afterwards, the blood-red light turned into a burly man. If one looked carefully, the appearance of the man formed by the blood light was Tyrant Blood, who had disappeared from the cave just now. Tyrant Blood quietly stared at the youth in front of him. His eyes flickered as he said indifferently, "Looks like my luck is pretty good. I originally thought that I wouldn't have a chance, but I never expected that an opportunity would present itself to me." As he spoke, Tyrant Blood once again turned into a blood-red light and wrapped around Zhuowen's body, forming a strange blood cocoon. This blood cocoon looked weak, but when the extremely powerful cold current hit it, it only caused the surface of the blood cocoon to fluctuate slightly. Under the protection of the blood cocoon, Zhuowen's body slowly sank and finally disappeared into the endless darkness. In the courtyard of the Lu family in Luchuan town, Lu Jiqian's expression was ugly as he listened to the report of a cultivator. Veins continuously popped out from the back of his hand. The third head's dantian had been crippled, and almost half of the remaining elites of the family had been slaughtered. All of this was done by a youth named Xiao Se. It was said that this youth had gone to the blood fiend rock yesterday for the treasure within. A middle-aged man, dressed in black, knelt on the ground with one knee. His gaze was somewhat apprehensive as he secretly glanced at Lu Jiqian. He knew that the Lu family head in front of him was extremely eccentric and temperamental. Big brother, that youth named Xiao Se should be the one who stole the treasure from us. Zhuowen. I never expected that bastard to be so vicious. He actually took advantage of the fact that our Lu family's main force wasn't around to kill so many of our family's elites. Even third brother was crippled. Lu Jiwen, who was standing behind Lu Jiqian, said with a hint of anger in his eyes as his eyes flickered. Bang! Lu Jiqian suddenly slammed the table in his right hand. A powerful yuan power instantly smashed the table into powder. Zhuowen, it's that Zhuowen again. Lu Jiqian, and this bastard cannot exist under the same sky. Second brother, have you found out the origin of this bastard? I can't wait to get rid of his family. Lu Jiqian said with a gloomy gaze, I have found out. It's just that. At this point, Lu Jiwen obviously hesitated. It's just that what? Lu Jiqian also noticed the hesitation on Lu Jiwen's face and asked with wrinkles, if the information I received is correct, this Zhuowen seems to be a disciple of one of the three major families in Rattan Armor City, the Zhuo family. It is said that this child is the strongest in the younger generation of the Zhuo family. Moreover, he was accepted as a disciple by Master Kuraki. Even the governor of Rattan Armor City, Guyu Tian, favors this child. At this point, Lu Jiwen revealed a bitter smile. He secretly sized up Lu Jiqian and said, this child's origin is not small. I'm afraid that we've hit a wall this time. This child actually has such a great origin. No wonder he has such powerful strength at such a young age. He is indeed a rare genius. Lu Jiqian frowned slightly. He could feel how troublesome Zhuowen's identity was. Big brother, the Zhuo family is stronger than our Lu family. Don't tell me that we still have to find trouble with the Zhuo family? Lu Jiwen said bitterly. He did not expect Zhuowen's origin to be so great. If the news of Zhuowen's death were to spread to the Zhuo family, the Lu family, and the Zhuo family would not rest until one of them was dead. Lu Jiqian's eyes flickered. In the end, he sneered and said, I won't let you on or die in vain. Moreover, that bastard Zhuowen made our Lu family so miserable. Since that child is dead, I will not let his family go. I heard that the Wang family of Rattan Armor City has always been at odds with the Zhuo family. Big brother, you want to borrow the Wang family's hand to completely uproot the Zhuo family? However, our Lu family is not even as powerful as the Zhuo family, let alone the number one family in Rattan Armor City. I'm afraid that the Wang family will not care about us. Lu Jiwen's face flashed with joy. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said worriedly, Second brother, our Lu family's strength is not only on the surface. It seems that we will need to ask the ancestor to come out. This time, our Lu family has suffered too great a loss. The ancestor will not ignore it. If the ancestor is willing to come out, even the Wang family will give our Lu family some face. Lu Jiqian's eyes flickered as he finally made up his mind. Ancestor? But he has not cared about our Lu family's matters for many years. Will he really come out when we go over? Lu Jiwen said worriedly. Lu Jiqian turned around and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "If we include the news of the mysterious treasure of the expert in the cave, the ancestor will be moved. After all, that mysterious treasure was within our reach. However, it was snatched away by that bastard Juoan. I believe that even the ancestor will not be able to take this lying down. Moreover, a few of our Lu family's direct descendants were killed by that bastard. Second brother, follow me to the forbidden area and ask the ancestor to come out and seek justice for us." Having said that, Lu Jiqian waved his sleeves and turned to leave the courtyard. Lu Jiwen's eyes flickered for a while before he finally followed. In the endless darkness, there seemed to be no end. Stepping on the ground, Juoan looked around and realized that the surroundings were pitch black. It was strange and eerie. "Where is this?" Unconsciously, Juoan wanted to speak. However, he was shocked to realize that his lips were only moving and no sound was coming out. Upon realizing this, a trace of horror flashed across Juoan's face. Rumble! Suddenly, the pitch-black space shook violently as if something was constantly colliding with the outside. A sliver of fear suddenly crept into his heart. For some reason, Juoan actually broke into a run. He kept running forward, running aimlessly. He didn't know why he was running, but he just kept running. Ahead of him, without exception, was always pitch-black darkness. Finally, Juoan was tired from running. At this time, the terrifying shaking gradually disappeared. Sitting on the ground, Juoan panted violently. He could even hear the sound of his heart beating in his chest. Suddenly, a blood-red light tore through the darkness in front of him, and a blood-red figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Squinting his eyes, Juoan slowly opened them. When he saw the figure that appeared in front of him, a trace of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. This was because the person who appeared in front of him was Tyrant Blood, who had died in the cave. At this moment, Tyrant Blood's resolute face had a gentle smile as he lightly said, "You must be very curious about where you are, right? However, you don't have to be afraid. I can bring you away from here as long as you come to my side." As he spoke, Tyrant Blood opened his arms and waved at Juoan. His face was filled with a gentle smile, as if he was a father waving at his son. Juoan frowned slightly. Regardless of whether it was the current environment or Tyrant Blood who suddenly appeared in front of him, he felt a little strange and indescribable anxiety. Although Tyrant Blood's smile looked very sincere, his intuition told him that he absolutely could not get close to Tyrant Blood. It was as if once he got close to Tyrant Blood, something irreversible would happen. "Little fellow, your vigilance is quite strong. However, even if you don't come over, can I go over?" Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. The gentle smile on Tyrant Blood's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with ridicule and malevolence. "Little fellow, you can't escape from my palm. I will help you become a peerless expert. Even the Azure Emperor of the Azure Mystic Empire is afraid of him. As long as you don't resist me, I can help you achieve it." Whoosh. Chapter 129. Illusory True Dragon, you'd better not resist. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets when you become an idiot. A strange cold laughter suddenly sounded from the sky. Raising his head slightly, Juoan was shocked to discover that a glue-like blood cloud was drifting over. At the center of the blood cloud, a ferocious blood face appeared. A pair of blood-red eyes without pupils stared straight at Juoan below. "Damn it! Tyrant Blood, what exactly do you want?" As he stared at the approaching blood cloud, the seriousness in Juoan's eyes became even denser. "What do I want?" "Of course, I want to give you a chance to become an expert. As long as you accept all of my consciousness, I can allow you to advance to the fourth venerable realm in a short period of time. as long as your strength reaches the fourth venerable realm, regardless of whether it is Luchuan Town, Rattan Armor City, or even the entire Muqin County, you will be the supreme ruler. At that time, even if you want to become the Marquis of Muqin County and become the ruler of all the armies and cities in Muqin County, it will only take a single sentence from you. As long as you accept my consciousness, all the glory and wealth will be at your fingertips. A hoarse voice slowly rang out from the blood cloud. The voice was filled with a strong sense of temptation. Accept your consciousness? You mean that you want to use this to destroy my soul and replace it? Your goal is to take over my body, yet you make it sound so dignified. How disgusting. Zhuowen sneered as he slowly retreated. Ha ha, brat, you are quite cautious. However, even if this is the case, so what? You still won't be able to escape from my grasp. Although I'm only in soul form right now, I'm a Quaternion realm expert. My soul strength far surpasses yours. With your current weak soul, can you possibly be my match? A savage laughter suddenly sounded from the blood cloud. Soon after, a blood claw that was dozens of feet large suddenly reached out from the blood cloud and shot towards Zhuowen below. Zhuowen's eyes hardened. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground as his entire body flew backwards like a swallow. At the same time, the Yuan power in his body suddenly poured into his fists. Powerful Yuan power undulations instantly erupted in the entire space. Chaotic Yuan dragon roar fist. 10 dragons soaring to the heavens. Endless dragon roars spread in all directions like waves in the entire space. Soon after, a scorching sun-like light illuminated Zhuowen's entire body. Next, one after another, huge golden dragons that were thousands of feet long suddenly rushed out of his body. The 10 dragons soared into the sky and wandered about. They intertwined with each other and finally formed a dragon-shaped light circle. Traces of destructive ripples were emitted from the dragon-shaped light circle. The energy ripples that were emitted from it caused even the entire dark space to shake a little. Oh, the power of your armor technique is not bad. It is actually able to create such a shocking power. Looks like it should be at the level of a heavenly armor technique. However, if it is only at this level, it will not be able to stop me. Some astonishment was transmitted from the blood cloud. However, it was quickly replaced by disdain. Soon after, the blood claw that swooped down seemed to be filled with air as it instantly grew several times larger. It turned into a blood-colored Qilin claw that was thousands of feet long. Rumble! The huge dragon-shaped Lin claw finally collided violently with the huge blood-colored Qilin claw. The powerful energy undulations even caused the entire space to become still. When this silence reached its peak, a loud sound that seemed to split the sky resounded across the entire space. Brat, your soul is really too weak. Even if you have a heavenly armor technique, it is completely useless. You can go in peace. I will take over your body for you. Of course, to repay your kindness, I will take care of your body. I will continue to live in this world in your name. I will even protect your family on your behalf. Ha ha! Wanton and savage laughter rang out from the blood cloud once again. Soon after, the huge blood-colored Qilin claw in the sky suddenly glowed with a bloody light. Next, an even more powerful force was transmitted from the blood-colored Qilin claw. It directly smashed the dragon-shaped Lin claw into pieces in an unstoppable manner. Ugh! A mouthful of fresh blood was suddenly spat out from Zhuowen's mouth. Next, his body was like a withered leaf as he flew backwards. His aura also instantly withered. Brat, rest in peace. Rumble! After the gigantic blood-colored Qilin claw destroyed the dragon-shaped light circle, Its momentum did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, it ferociously rushed towards Zhuo Wen's flying figure. Everywhere it passed, a bloody wind blew and a bloody light appeared. Damn it! It was not easy for me to escape from the Liu family's pursuit. Now, I actually encountered such a troublesome matter. Am I, Zhuo, destined to die? Seeing that the blood-colored Qilin claw was approaching, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he roared towards the sky. Bang! In the end, the blood-colored Qilin claw viciously covered Zhuowen's tiny body completely. The blood cloud in the sky suddenly squirmed and finally turned into a middle-aged man with a resolute face. This man was Ba Shui, who had plotted against Zhuo. He, looks like it's over. This time, I really made the right bet. However, after this possession, I will also fall into a period of weakness. As long as I get through this period of weakness, my strength will gradually recover. Then, this so-called heaven fiend dark, I will be a piece of cake for me. Looking at the mountain-like blood-colored Qilin claw in the distance, Ba Shui's eyes flickered. In fact, he had already secretly planned this possession when he sensed Zhuowen's existence in the cave. The opportunity he had been waiting for was when Zhuowen was at his weakest. Only then would he be able to take advantage of the situation, and such an opportunity had indeed arrived. Aoki, just you wait. After my strength has completely recovered, I will find a way to control the ice fire, holy symbol. After I completely control the ice fire, holy symbol, I will turn your azure dragon branch hall upside down to avenge my physical body. Speaking till here, Ba Shui once again looked at the blood-colored Qilin claw in the distance. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped, and a trace of horror gradually rose in his eyes. He saw that the blood-colored Qilin claw in the distance had strangely collapsed inch by inch. At this moment, the endless blood light receded like the tide. Ding! Ding! At the same time, a crisp sound of footsteps slowly sounded in the entire dark space. Vaguely, in the blurry bloodlight, a thin and tall figure slowly walked out of the endless blood light. When he took the last step, a somewhat handsome young man's face completely appeared in front of Ba Shui. Looking at the young man's figure that suddenly appeared, Ba Shui's pupils shrank and turned into pinholes. The shock in his eyes instantly turned into sluggishness. He really couldn't imagine that his full-strength attack couldn't erase the young man in front of him at all. How is this possible? You are just a warrior of the Envoid realm. How could you withstand my attack just now? Even a warrior of the king, Zhao realm would find it difficult to withstand that attack. Ba Shui's face was as if he had seen a ghost, and he said to himself in disbelief, if the attack just now was not in the soul state, perhaps I would not have been able to withstand it at all. But unfortunately, your physical body has been destroyed, and you are only in the soul state. In this state, I am not afraid at all. A sarcastic sneer slowly appeared on the young man's face. Immediately, a three-legged jade cauldron that was as tall as a person slowly emerged behind the young man. A piercingly cold aura suddenly erupted from the jade cauldron. This cauldron was the supreme dragon cauldron that had been hidden in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. The supreme dragon cauldron did not have any physical attack means, but it had an unimaginable suppressive power against things in the soul state. This could be seen from the fact that the cauldron could absorb warriors' souls and armor souls. Therefore, this cauldron was the absolute nemesis of souls. What exactly is this jade cauldron of yours? Ba Shui's eyes narrowed, and there was a trace of emotion in his voice. He could feel that the jade cauldron behind Zhuowen was emitting an aura that made his entire soul tremble. Something that can restrain you. Did you have a good time just now? Now it's my turn. A cold glint flickered in Zhuowen's eyes. Soon after, He waved his right hand and pointed at Ba Shui. The supreme dragon cauldron behind him immediately turned into a ray of light and flew towards Ba Shui. So what if your jade cauldron has the ability to restrain souls? The gap between you and me is too big. I don't believe that you can be my opponent with just this jade cauldron. Ba Shui coldly smiled. Although there was a grave look in his eyes, there was more disdain and contempt. He gently waved his right hand, and an endless bloody light suddenly gathered in front of him. Bloodfiend burst claw. A hoarse roar came from his throat. Soon after, the bloody light in front of him turned into a bloody claw the size of a small mountain. The bloody claw once again swept towards the jade cauldron. However, what shocked Ba Shui was that when the huge bloody claw slammed into the jade cauldron, a strange sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, the jade cauldron did not budge. Roar! While the blood claw and the jade cauldron were in a stalemate, a strange buzzing sound was emitted from the jade cauldron. Soon after, countless earth-shaking dragon roars suddenly exploded in the sky. A scene that caused Ba Shui to be dumbfounded occurred in the sky. The jade cauldron's lid was suddenly lifted, and countless phantoms suddenly appeared above the jade cauldron. At a glance, those phantoms were actually the phantoms of ancient true dragons. The smallest of these true dragon phantoms was a few hundred feet tall, while the largest one was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was like a 10,000-foot tall mountain that stretched across the void. Zhuo and Ba Shui were as tiny as ants in front of this true dragon. What's going on with this jade cauldron? There's actually so much aura of ancient true dragons in it. How is this possible? Ba Shui's face was filled with a sluggish expression. His lips squirmed, and the words that came out of his mouth were actually trembling. He knew that he was no longer facing Zhuo alone. Instead, he was facing the power of countless ancient true dragons. Although the power of the ancient true dragons was incomplete, even he was as insignificant as an ant when faced with so many of them. Crack! Chapter 130. A blessing in disguise. Bang! An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded in the sky. The blood claw that was the size of a small mountain was crushed by the countless true dragon shadows and turned into dust. Impossible! Staring at the blood claw that had turned into dust in the sky, Ba Shui's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he involuntarily screamed. Hee, what's impossible? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too unlucky to have met this three-legged jade cauldron that just so happens to restrain you. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. With a wave of his right arm, the jade cauldron in the sky buzzed, and countless true dragon shadows dragged the jade cauldron towards Ba Shui. With a loud explosion, a strange sound came from the jade cauldron. Soon after, a strange suction force was emitted from the jade cauldron. Under this suction force, even the tyrant blood was unable to resist. It could only struggle and roar before it was sucked into the jade cauldron by this suction force. Seeing that Ba Shui had been sucked away by the jade cauldron, Zhuo sighed lightly. The pressure that Ba Shui had given him was too great. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. It was extremely heavy. If not for the jade cauldron's suppressive effect on spirit bodies, he would have really died in the hands of Ba Shui. Buzz. In the sky, after the jade cauldron had sucked away Ba Shui's soul, it buzzed again and returned to Zhuowen's palm with a swoosh. At the same time, Zhuowen's vision turned black and he lost consciousness. When Zhuowen opened his eyes again, the scene before him was not as dark as before. His surroundings were actually emitting a lustrous white light, and he could feel a hard, cold feeling coming from the soles of his feet. It was obvious that he was now standing on solid ground. You're awake? What happened to you just now? It was as if your consciousness had dissipated. This dragon lord called you, but you didn't respond. When Zhuowen opened his eyes, a black shadow flashed in front of him. It was Xiao He. Zhuowen's lips curled into a bitter smile. Just now, he had almost been possessed by Ba Shui. If not for the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, the one who had woken up now might have been Ba Shui. However, Zhuowen did not intend to tell Xiao He about this matter. He did not need to worry her. Is this the interior of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye? Why is there not a trace of cold turbulence around me? Zhuowen moved, barely supporting his body as he leaned against a rock wall. His injuries this time were extremely serious. Both his internal and external injuries were not light, and his body was covered in a layer of blood scabs, making him look rather miserable. This is a windless area in the Heaven Fiend Underworld Eye. It just so happens that you can avoid the turbulence. However, once you leave this place, you will die. Xiao He looked at Zhuowen strangely and continued, this time it was all thanks to an unknown scarlet light. That scarlet light contained a powerful force and wrapped you in a blood cocoon, allowing you to avoid a calamity. Clearly, at the last moment, someone saved your life. Furthermore, this person was an extremely powerful cultivator. However, what I find strange is who would waste their energy to save you. Xiao He asked doubtfully. Zhuowen was startled. However, when he thought of Ba Shui trying to possess him, he felt relieved. Clearly, that force should have belonged to Ba Shui. Ba Shui must have thought that this possession would definitely succeed. Hence, he would not allow Zhuowen's body to suffer the slightest bit of damage. However, he never expected that Zhuowen still had a hidden trump card like the Supreme Dragon Cauldron in his hands. Just as Zhuowen was thinking about Ba Shui, the jade cauldron in his sea of consciousness suddenly buzzed. Soon after, a cool energy suddenly flowed into his Naiwen palace. This is spiritual force? Zhuowen was startled. Soon after, his face revealed an expression of ecstasy. Spiritual force was a great supplement to mental energy. As long as an arcana master absorbed spiritual force, his mental energy would progress much faster. Boom! Boundless spiritual force suddenly flowed into his Naiwen palace from the jade cauldron. After absorbing the spiritual force, a light ball the size of a grain of rice in his Naiwen palace rapidly grew in size. How did this kid's mental energy increase so quickly? Looking at this trend, it seems like he is about to break through. Xiao He, who was floating in the air, looked strangely at the youth in front of her, who suddenly sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Zhuowen's mental energy had already reached the spirit focus realm a few months ago. He was only one step away from becoming a Grade 1 Arcana Master. Arcana Masters were divided into 10 major realms, from Grade 1 to Grade 10. Each major realm was further divided into 3 smaller realms, which were Small Success, Large Success, and Perfection. If Zhuowen broke through now, he would be able to reach the Small Success realm of Grade 1. When the light ball in Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace reached its peak, the light ball suddenly expanded by several times. At the same time, a hurricane formed by pure spiritual force suddenly appeared around Zhuowen's body, sweeping in all directions. He broke through. Xiao He's eyes narrowed and could not help but blurt out. However, what surprised her was that Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, did not open them. Instead, the aura in his body surged, and the spiritual force storm around him became even more violent. Is this kid going to continue to break through? When she thought of this possibility, Xiao He's eyes contained a trace of astonishment. Boom! An even more violent spiritual force storm swept across the void. The aftermath of the storm caused even Xiao He to retreat. After all, she was still a spiritual body, and the spiritual force storm was actually quite harmful to her. In her sea of consciousness, the spiritual force transmitted by the Jade Cauldron seemed to be endless. After all, this was the spiritual force of a genuine fourth reverend. Even if this fourth reverend did not specialize in spiritual force, his spiritual force was not comparable to an ordinary spiritual force. Boom! Another even more violent spiritual force storm swept across the void. In an instant, two extremely terrifying spiritual force storms appeared above Zhuowen. In front of these two spiritual force storms, Zhuowen seemed so small. However, what was surprising was that the mountain-like spiritual force storms did not dare to harm the tiny figure below. As the two powerful spiritual force storms rose, an even more powerful spiritual force wave than before came from Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace. The light ball in his Naiwen Palace swelled to the size of a fingernail, and waves of powerful spiritual force continuously emitted from the light ball. This kid actually rose 2 levels in a row, directly skipping the advanced stage and reaching the perfect stage. What's going on? This kid usually does not spend much time tempering his spiritual force. How did he suddenly advance so quickly today? Xiaohei's face finally showed some disbelief. Its heart was full of doubts about Zhuowen's inexplicable advancement. However, it had a faint guess in its heart that Zhuowen's rapid advancement should be inextricably linked to the blood light. He rose from the realm of not even rank 1 to perfect rank 1 in a short time. This speed is really terrifying. However, this kid should be at his limit. Even if this kid has some opportunities, it's unlikely that he can advance again and reach the level of a rank 2 Arcanist. Otherwise, it's really 2. At this point, Xiaohei's voice suddenly stopped. Its small eyes widened to the limit at this time, and an extremely shocked expression appeared in its eyes. In the void behind Zhuowen, the 2 spiritual force storms that were like pillars supporting the sky did not stop. Instead, they became more and more intense. The powerful spiritual force even seemed like it was about to tear a hole in the void. Rumble! One could only hear a thunder-like explosion that appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, a hurricane that was even thicker than the 2 mental energy storms from earlier suddenly appeared in the empty space. The powerful mental energy that could destroy the world was emitted from the hurricane, causing even Xiaohei to feel a little fearful. If it was accidentally swept in, it would be difficult for it to come out. This kid can't be trying to make another breakthrough and reach the level of a rank 2 Arcanist, right? The shock in Xiaohei's eyes instantly turned into fear. As if echoing Xiaohei's words, the 3 spiritual force storms in the void suddenly merged together, finally forming a huge storm that swept across half the sky. The storm was like a dark cloud that covered the entire void. When this terrifying spiritual force storm appeared in the void behind Zhuowen, its powerful force even tore countless black holes in the void. At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly stood up. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the huge storm behind him. He clenched his right hand into the void, and the huge storm in front of him rapidly shrank at a dazzling speed. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk to the size of a palm. The palm-sized spiritual force storm quietly floated in the center of Zhuowen's palm. Waves of surging spiritual force suddenly erupted from this storm. He actually broke through to the level of a rank 2 Arcanist. This kid is simply too abnormal. In the blink of an eye, he managed to break through 2 major realms in a row, from not even a rank 1 Arcanist to a rank 2 Arcanist. Even the geniuses from 10,000 years ago might not have been able to achieve this speed. Xiaohei stared at the calm youth in front of him and the spiritual force storm that was constantly emitting from his palm. The shock on his face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a dazed expression. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was filled with excitement. This time, he had really profited from a disaster. With the help of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, he had accidentally devoured the spiritual force of the Tyrant Blood and advanced 2 levels in a row. Chapter 131. A rich harvest. I didn't expect it to reach rank 2 lower realm in such a short time. It seems like the spiritual energy of the 4 supreme beings is indeed a great supplement. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered, filled with a strong sense of surprise. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the powerful mental energy in his Naiwen palace gushed out like a tidal wave. In the end, it turned into a huge mental energy storm in front of him. Brat, not bad. You actually managed to advance to the 2nd rank of Arcana Master. With your current mental strength, even Lu Jitian wouldn't be able to do anything to you. The black puppy floated in front of Zhuo Wen, its eyes constantly sizing him up. Hee. Right now, I'm confident that I can defeat Lu Jitian just by relying on my mental energy. If I can escape from the Heaven Fiend Dark, this time, I'll turn the Lu family upside down. Zhuowen said confidently as he stood up. I didn't think that your arcana mastery would surpass that of a martial artist so quickly. However, your injuries are still quite severe. You need to recuperate first before finding a way to leave this place. But before that, I think we should take a look at the Ice Fire Holy Rune in the Tyrant Blood Storage Pouch first. When Xiaohe said this, a rare glimmer of hope appeared in its eyes. After all, the sacred symbol was related to the recovery of its spiritual origin source. That's true. When Zhuowen heard this, a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. After all, he had personally witnessed Tyrant Blood using the Saint Talisman. That kind of power was something even he was looking forward to. As he spoke, Zhuowen took out the blood-colored Qianquan bag by his feet. The surface of the Qianquan bag had a strange blood-colored pattern. Furthermore, this blood-colored Qianquan bag was a high-grade Qianquan bag. Its storage capacity was much higher than the low-grade Qianquan bag on Zhuowen's waist. Not to mention the treasures inside the Qianquan bag. Just the Qianquan bag itself was already very valuable. As the Tyrant Blood had completely fallen, the Qianquan bag had become an ownerless item. Casually wiping away the imprint within the Qianquan bag, Zhuowen unceremoniously opened it and poured out the contents in front of him. Whoosh! A pile of items immediately poured out from the Qianquan bag, forming a small mountain at Zhuowen's feet. Zhuowen's attention was also attracted by the small mountain at his feet. When he saw the thing that was like a small mountain in front of him, his eyes suddenly emitted a trace of bright light, and his calm face was suddenly replaced by a touch of pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, what appeared in front of him was a terrifying amount of spiritual medicine. Among them, the lowest was a spiritual medicine of the 2nd tier, and the highest was a spiritual medicine of the 4th tier. Moreover, there was not only one spiritual medicine of the 4th tier, but there were more than 10 of them. Zhuowen roughly estimated that there were at least several hundred stalks of spirit herbs in front of him. Moreover, each stalk was of excellent quality. Even if the entire Zhuo family were to pour in all of them, they might not be able to obtain so many spirit herbs. As expected of a 4th revered realm expert, just the storage bag alone has such a rich reserve of spirit herbs. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with a fiery light, and there was a trace of trembling in his voice. If you bring these spirit herbs back to the family, I'm afraid that the strength of your Zhuo family will increase by a large margin. In just a few years, the overall strength of your Zhuo family will be able to catch up with the Wang family. Xiaohe hovered in midair and laughed. Zhuowen nodded and immediately shifted his gaze. A blood-red jade strip immediately attracted his attention. A trace of doubt flashed across his face, and Zhuowen waved his right hand and caught the blood-red jade strip in his palm. Is this an armor technique? As he spoke, Zhuowen's mental energy had already unceremoniously invaded the jade strip. Soon after, A series of complicated information was transmitted from the jade strip into Zhuowen's mind. High heaven rank armor technique, blood-soaked sky tyrant fist, using the essence blood of an origin beast as a guide. It mobilizes the vital energy and blood within the body to produce a domineering fist wind. When practiced to a certain level, it can tear apart the sky and pierce through mountains. The moment the very beginning of the information in the jade strip leapt into his mind, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly became blank. Soon after, a trace of surprise and shock flitted across his eyes. He never thought that the seemingly ordinary blood-red jade strip would actually contain a heaven-rank armor technique. Moreover, it was the highest level among heaven-rank armor techniques. After all, his chaotic origin, Roaring Dragon Fist, was only at heaven-rank middle level. He never thought that the blood-soaked sky tyrant fist recorded in the jade strip would actually be of a much higher level than his chaotic origin, Roaring Dragon Fist. When the surprise in Zhuowen's eyes slowly faded away, he once again shifted his gaze upwards. In the end, it rested on a strange talisman. The remaining fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. This was because the ice-fire holy talisman that he had done everything he could to obtain, hovering in front of him. At this moment, the surface of the ice-fire holy talisman was divided into two different areas. The left side was fiery red and contained an extremely scorching energy. The right side was icy blue and emitted a cold aura instead. At the center of the holy talisman was an image that resembled a whirlpool. From this image, Zhuowen could feel the ripples of energy that were ready to explode. He knew that the main reason why the ice-fire holy talisman could perfectly fuse the two extreme energies of ice and fire together was because of the strange image at the center of the holy talisman. Kid, you've seen the image at the center of the ice-fire holy talisman. In fact, that image is the core of the ice-fire holy talisman, and the main source of power of the ice-fire holy talisman comes from this image. Xiaohe jumped onto Zhuowen's shoulder and sat down. He crossed his legs and said with a flushed face. Obviously, he was in a good mood after obtaining the ice-fire holy talisman. Glancing sideways at Xiaohe, who was a little carried away, Zhuowen smiled and said with a serious face, "When you said that you were absorbing the ice-fire holy talisman, you were actually absorbing the core image at the center of the ice-fire holy talisman, right?" "That's right. However, the ice-fire holy talisman is an extraordinary item. Now that you have not fully recovered from your injuries, there will be a lot of risks if you rashly absorb it. Once you've fully recovered from your injuries, I'll refine a few blended medicines, and you'll be able to start absorbing them." The little black dog chuckled as it spoke. Zhuowen nodded slightly. He also knew that this matter could not be rushed. Although his mental strength had reached the terrifying level 2 initial realm, it was only relative to his mental strength. His physical injuries were much more serious. This kind of physical injury could only be slowly nursed back to health in an orderly manner. Fortunately, Zhuowen had a lot of elixirs with him, and the elixirs in the Tyrant Blood Qinquan bag were even more valuable. These elixirs were enough for Zhuowen to heal his injuries, and there was even a lot left over. Staring at the small mountain of elixirs in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said with a smile, "There are hundreds of elixirs here. In my hands, the number can be increased by 4 times. At this point, Zhuowen's right hand suddenly tapped the space between his eyebrows, and a 3-legged jade cauldron suddenly appeared. The moment the jade cauldron appeared, the small mountain of elixirs on the ground was instantly sucked into the jade cauldron, removing the impurities in the elixirs and turning them into elixirs with pure medicinal strength. Zhuowen casually grabbed a healing elixir and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently heal his injuries. Unlike Zhuowen, who was calmly sitting inside the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye to heal his injuries, Luchuan town was bustling with noise and excitement. In the past few days, almost all the warriors in the town had been talking about one person. To be more precise, it was a 15 or 16-year-old youth. The youth's name was Zhuowen. That night, in front of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye in the Annihilation Forest, most of the warriors in the town had been attracted by the battle between Zhuowen and Lu Jitian. Thus, many of the warriors knew that the youth named Zhuowen had actually snatched a rare treasure from the hands of the 3 strongest warriors in Luchuan town. What shocked everyone even more was that the young man, who was only in the Yin Void realm, had resisted Lu Jitian and the other 2 and successfully escaped from their pursuit. If it wasn't for the existence of the Heaven Fiend Dark Eye, the young man would have likely escaped from Lu Jitian and the other 2. In addition, the most unbelievable thing was that the dignified Lu family head, Lu Jitian, had not been able to gain an advantage over the youth and had even been injured. It was precisely because of such rumors that Zhuowen's name resounded throughout Luchuan town. Even some of the young warriors had fanatical and worshipful expressions on their faces when they mentioned the youth who had done such a shocking thing. At that moment, there was a mass grave dozens of kilometers away from Luchuan town. There were broken tombstones everywhere in the mass grave. The words on the tombstones had faded quite a bit, and an eerie chill was emitted from them. Big brother, is the ancestor really in seclusion in such a place? No matter how I look at it, this place doesn't look like a suitable place for seclusion. 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared from the shade of the trees in the distance. A ray of light shone on their faces, revealing their similar faces. They were the Lu family's head and second head, Lu Jitian and Lu Jiwen. The primogenitor has lived for over 1,000 years. In order to increase his lifespan, the primogenitor cultivated a cultivation method. This cultivation method can only be successfully cultivated in a place like this where the yin qi is extremely dense. This is the reason why the primogenitor chose this place to cultivate. Also, be careful when you speak later. The ancestor is temperamental. If you accidentally offend him, even I won't be able to protect you. Lu Jitian's face was full of caution as he repeatedly warned Lu Jiwen, who was behind him. Lu Jiwen naturally understood the severity of the situation and hurriedly nodded. When the 2 of them reached the deepest part of the mass grave, a black tombstone that was as tall as a person proudly stood in front of them. There were no words on the tombstone, and it looked bare. However, the eerie aura emitted from it caused the 2 of them to involuntarily shiver. When they arrived in front of the tombstone, Lu Jitian's expression became increasingly solemn. He took out a black token from his Qianquan bag and injected the Yuan power in his body into the token. Buzz. Chapter 132. Successive Promotions Boom. As soon as the black light entered the tombstone began to tremble. At the same time, the entire mass grave began to tremble along with the tombstone, as if a giant beast was about to break out of the ground. Awoo! When the tremors gradually calmed down, countless strange black figures rushed out from the mass grave. They were like dark clouds covering the sky, shrouding the entire mass grave in darkness. Are they all vengeful spirits from the mass graves? Lu Jiwen stared at the densely packed black figures in the sky and felt his scalp go numb. He could feel that these black figures were not weak. Although he was not afraid of a single human figure, there were thousands of black human figures in the sky. Even he was in a difficult situation when dealing with so many vengeful spirits. That should be the case. It is said that the primogenitor's cultivation technique requires these vengeful spirits. I think that the vengeful spirits here should be controlled by the primogenitor. You don't have to worry about them attacking us. Lu Jitian said calmly, "Little guy, You have a good temperament. Just now, I saw you use the Liu family master's token to awaken the tombstone. You must be the current Liu family master. Suddenly, a cold voice rolled over from the sky. The two of them raised their heads and stared. To their surprise, they discovered that the countless vengeful spirits in the sky had suddenly merged together. In the end, they formed a black skull that was several dozen feet in size. There were two green phosphorescent flames burning continuously in the empty eye sockets of the skull. It looked quite strange and eerie. Greetings, Lord Founder. This junior is the current head of the Liu family, Liu Jitian. I am already the 15th head of the Liu family. Liu Jitian and Liu Jiwen respectfully knelt on the ground as Liu Jitian's voice trembled slightly. Liu Jiwen, on the other hand, was still kneeling on the ground. He stole a glance at the skull in the sky with reverence on his face. He could feel the immense pressure emanating from the skull. It was a natural sense of oppression due to the huge difference in their cultivation levels. He knew that the so-called primogenitor in front of him had probably reached the pinnacle of strength. Even he felt an unconcealable pressure from the primogenitor. Is it the 15th? Ever since I established the Liu family, the position of patriarch has changed 15 times. It seems that time has passed really quickly. Unknowingly, nearly 1,000 years have passed. Since you used the patriarch's token to summon me, something must have happened in the family, right? The green phosphorescent flames, primogenitors, primogenitor, a primogenitor, Liu Jiwen. Liu, a primogenitor. A few days, an unknown youth appeared in Luchuan town. His name is Zhuwen Liu Jian. Liu Jitian Liu. Liu Jianis. Zhuwen. Liu Jiulu. Liu Jitian, who was kneeling on the ground, did not dare to be negligent. He reported the matter of Zhuwen and the Liu family situation to the Black Skull. Of course, Liu Jitian also added some details. More than half of the family's elites have been lost. Your son was killed, and your third brother was crippled. The culprit behind all this is only a 15-year-old youth whose cultivation level is only at the Yin Void realm. The Liu family primogenitor's voice was calm. It was as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. It seems that the Liu family has been declining while I was in seclusion. Back then, although our Liu family only occupied Luchuan town, our strength was only a hair's breadth away from the Wang family, the #1 family in Vine Armor City. But now, we have suffered such heavy losses just to deal with a brat who smells like milk. Liu Jitian's face twitched. He did not expect the primogenitor to not care about the Liu family's losses. From the primogenitor's words, Liu Jitian could tell that the primogenitor had no feelings for the Liu family. Liu Jitian clenched his teeth and cupped his hands again. He said, "This brat used despicable means to steal the interspatial bag of one of our experts. I estimate that the expert's cultivation level is at least at the ultimate emperor realm. The items in the interspatial bag of such an expert must be very precious." Oh, an ultimate emperor realm expert's interspatial bag. The Liu family primogenitor's voice finally fluctuated. Seeing that the Liu family primogenitor was interested, Liu Jitian eagerly recounted the situation. Of course, Liu Jitian also edited the story. That brat actually jumped into the divine fiend dark eye. With the interspatial bag, even I might not be able to return from such a dangerous place. He really has a backbone. From what you said, this brat is also a member of the Zhuo family in Rotten Armor City. Since he is a member of the Zhuo family, I have no choice but to interfere. That old bastard from the Zhuo family plotted against me back then. I will settle this debt with his descendants. Liu Jitian's face immediately lit up with joy. When he heard this, he quickly said, Primogenitor, primogenitor, you agree to deal with the Zhuo family. This junior knows that the Wang family of Rattan Armor City and the Zhuo family are not on good terms. We can join forces with the Wang family and completely eradicate the Zhuo family. And we will do as you say. This old man used to have a good relationship with some people from the Wang family. Even if those old friends are no longer around, I believe that the Wang family will still give me some face because of this old man's name. In another 2 months, I should be able to come out of closed-door training. You can inform the Wang family in advance. In 2 months, the Zhuo family might be removed from the list. At this point, the black skulls above the mass grave gradually dissipated, revealing the blue sky above. Hee hee. Now that the ancestor has agreed, it's our turn to contact the Wang family. Once the ancestor comes out of seclusion, it will be the day the Zhuo family will be wiped out. Hee hee, Zhuoan, since you're already dead, then the debt you owe will be repaid by your family. Lu Jiqian narrowed his eyes as a trace of viciousness slowly leaked out from the slits of his eyes. Big brother, I heard that Zhuo is inextricably linked to Master Karaki of Rattan Armor City, as well as the City Lord's mansion. If we join forces with the Wang family to attack the Zhuo family, I'm afraid that it will be very disadvantageous for us if those two help us. Lu Jiwen suddenly said worriedly, Second brother, don't worry. I heard that in 2 months, the Castellan of Rattan Armor City, Gu Yutian, and Master Karaki will go to the county city to participate in a grand event. Without these 2 key figures in Rattan Armor City, the other forces will not help the Zhuo family and offend the Wang family and our Lu family. As long as the Zhuo family is wiped out, I'm sure that Gu Yutian and Master Karaki will not attack our Lu family for the sake of the Zhuo family. Hearing this, Lu Jiwen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The heaven fiend dark I was shrouded in endless cold turbulence all year round. Even a corporeal young warrior would not dare to enter such a desperate situation. Within the depths of the cold current, in a rather remote and windless area, a delicate and handsome young man was seated cross-legged. Around the young man's body, waves of rich medicinal strength wrapped around him. It seems that this kid has almost recovered. A little black dog floated in midair, its pair of small black eyes staring straight at the youth sitting cross-legged. Boom! A thunder-like sound was emitted from within his body. Immediately, waves of ear-piercing sounds of bones being dislocated were emitted from within his body. Then, the endless medicinal power around the young man poured into his body like a river flowing into the sea. An extremely powerful aura slowly emanated from the young man's body. After 2 months of medicinal power, this kid has not only recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation has also improved a lot. Xiao He stared at the young man in front of him and muttered to himself. Xiao He's words had just sounded when the young man in front of him suddenly opened his eyes, after which the young man inhaled a deep breath of air. His chest expanded to its limit. Immediately, the countless drifting energy particles in the surroundings were sucked into his body. I've stayed in the first level of the Yin Void realm for too long. After this accumulation, I think I can have a big breakthrough. The young man's lips moved a few times, and he whispered to himself. After he finished speaking, the endless yuan qi around the young man's body turned into an invisible whirlwind. Like a whale sucking in water, it fiercely poured into the young man's body. Under this somewhat barbaric infusion, the young man's aura continued to grow. First level of the Yin Void realm. Peak of the first level of the Yin Void realm. Rushing into the second level of the Yin Void realm, the rapid original energy was like a dam bursting out of a dam, reluctantly gathering in his dantian. With a crisp sound, Zhuowen's aura instantly rose to the peak of the second level of the Void realm. This kind of growth continued without any sign of weakening. Boom! When Zhuowen's aura reached the fifth level of the Void realm, the growth of the original energy in his body slowed down. When it reached the sixth level of the Void realm, the aura in Zhuowen's body stabilized completely. Humph! This is not enough. Zhuowen snorted coldly and suddenly threw out 10 elixirs with strong efficacy from his interspatial bag. The efficacy of each of these elixirs was comparable to that of a level 4 spiritual medicine. Now, Zhuowen took out 10 elixirs at once, which showed how rich he was. Numerous pure efficacy poured into Zhuowen's body. Under this kind of vigorous efficacy, the stagnant aura in Zhuowen's body showed signs of loosening again. With another boom, Zhuowen's aura rose to the seventh level of the Void realm. However, the efficacy of the 10 level 4 elixirs was more than that. With the help of the efficacy, Zhuowen's aura broke through the shackles of the seventh level of the Void realm at a relatively slow speed and reached the eighth level. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen's eyes were full of joy. In fact, this kind of rapid promotion was not beyond Zhuowen's expectation. After all, Zhuowen had gone through a life and death situation, so his comprehension was far beyond that of an ordinary Void realm expert. In addition, there were enough spiritual medicines in the Tyrant Blood interspatial bag. After 2 months of accumulation, Zhuowen was not surprised to have this kind of promotion speed. Chapter 133. Refining the Holy Symbol of Ice and Fire. The special characteristic of the Ice-Fire Sacred Rune is that it uses 2 extreme powers to forcefully merge together and create an even more terrifying explosive power. According to what I know, the previous owners of the Ice-Fire Holy Symbol were all arrogant and domineering. With the help of the Ice Flame Saint Talisman, all the previous owners were able to kill enemies above their level. It can be said that the Ice Flame Saint symbol is the symbol with the heaviest killing intent among the 9 great saint symbols. So when you absorb it later, you must pay attention to the killing intent within the saint symbol. If you can't withstand the erosion of the saint rune's bloodlust, you will become nothing more than a killing machine. The black puppy hovered in the air, looking at the young man not far away, and the strange ice fire holy rune above the young man's head. Since I've already chosen this path, do I have any other choice? After all, high rewards are often accompanied by high risks. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Immediately, a determined look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Good. Since you've decided, let's begin. However, you must remember that if you are unable to endure the absorption process, it is best to withdraw in time. Otherwise, even I will find it difficult to save you. Xiao He stared deeply at the young man in front of it. Then it waved its little paw and controlled the holy ice fire rune above to approach Zhuowen. Boy, try to use your mental power to touch the holy symbol of ice fire. Feel the energy fluctuation of the core of the holy symbol of ice fire. As long as you can feel the fluctuation and resonate with it, the chances of you absorbing the holy symbol of ice fire will be very high. When Zhuowen heard Xiao He's voice, he quickly calmed himself down and focused on expanding the mental strength in his Naiwen palace. His mental strength was like countless tentacles, slowly wrapping around the holy ice fire rune in the air. Sizzle! A somewhat strange sound slowly rang out from the saint symbol. Soon after, the strange pattern at the center of the saint symbol suddenly emitted a 5-colored glow. The instant this 5-colored glow formed, the 2 icy blue and fiery red regions at the edge of the saint symbol gradually fell off. In the end, only a strange symbol was left. This symbol was the core pattern of the holy ice fire rune. From time to time, it would emit a colorful light. Although it looked gorgeous, It was actually deadly. This should be the core of the Holy Ice Fire rune. Boy, as long as you can refine this holy symbol of Ice Fire rune, you will be able to completely control Holy Ice Fire rune. Xiao He, who was floating in the air, had a fiery look in its eyes. Even it had never seen the true appearance of a treasure like the holy symbol of heaven and earth. Now that such a treasure was placed in front of it, it was no wonder that it was so excited. The symbol was roughly the size of a palm. However, the frightening aura that was emitted from it caused even Blackie to not dare to be the slightest bit careless. When the symbol appeared, a strange energy that was neither hot nor cold abruptly emerged in the entire space. At the same time, a five-colored ball of energy burst out from the symbol. The powerful five-colored ball of energy cut through the void and finally turned into a huge stone door that was made of ice and fire. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the stone door of ice and fire that had suddenly appeared in the air. He could feel that there was something within the stone door that was calling out to him. Moreover, this feeling was becoming increasingly intense as time passed. Zhuo knew that if he wanted to completely refine the Holy Ice Fire rune, he had to obtain the Holy Symbol's approval. Only by obtaining the Holy Symbol's approval would he have the chance to refine it. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were emotionless and his face was calm. Without any hesitation, the powerful mental energy in his Niwen palace suddenly poured out and turned into a small golden figure above his head. If one looked closely, the small figure looked exactly like Zhuowen. This small figure was an avatar created by Zhuowen's mental energy. The small figure quietly sized up the young man who was sitting cross-legged below. Then, without any hesitation, it charged into the stone door that was made of ice and fire in the void. As Zhuowen's mental energy charged into the stone door, his body completely froze. His face was calm, and his eyes were tightly shut, just like a statue. "Kid, you have to act according to your ability. Don't force yourself. You have to come out. Otherwise, what am I going to do?" Xiao He rubbed his hands and muttered as he watched Zhuowen charge into the stone door without any hesitation. Silence, endless silence. After Zhuowen passed through the stone door of fire and ice, what appeared in front of him was actually a road that stretched as far as the eye could see. The road was surrounded by dense fog, and it was simply impossible to distinguish the surrounding scenery. What was strange was that the top of the road was a world of ice and snow. The endless snowflakes were blown by the cold currents, and the road was covered in a layer of white snow. Below the road, there was a boundless sea of magma, and a fiery aura assaulted their nostrils. The scenery above and below the path was so extreme, but it just so happened that they appeared on the same path at the same time. Zhuowen did not hesitate and stepped into the path. He knew that there was no way out, and the only thing he could do was to keep moving forward. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, half a year, time passed like this, and Zhuowen kept walking on this path. In the process of walking like an ascetic monk, Zhuowen's gaze became more and more determined. He did not know where the end of this path was. He also did not know how long he had to walk. He did not even have the slightest concept of time. However, he only believed that he could not stop walking. Even if he was just walking like a machine, he firmly believed that he could not stop walking. As he walked, the vitality and strength in his body gradually dissipated. In the end, he grew old as he walked. His body became haggard, and his gaze became a lot more turbid. However, this could not hide the firm belief in Zhuowen's eyes that he would never give up and his heart that would never stop. The path is in the heart. All illusions are just illusions. Only one's willpower exists forever. This is the seamless path of ice and fire. Little chap, your strength is too weak. but your willpower is very strong. Have you seen through this seamless path now? A vigorous voice came from the depths of the void. It was like the echo of a valley that constantly rippled through the entire void. At this moment, Zhuowen no longer had the appearance of a young man with a delicate face. Instead, he had the appearance of an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were still brimming with spirit, as if nothing could dim the light in his eyes. What's the difference between seeing through it and not seeing through it? Since I believe that the path is right in front of me, I will follow my will and walk down it without regret. Even if I die on the path, as long as I have a clear conscience, it will be the right thing to do. Zhuowen raised his head slightly. His turbid eyes were filled with a sharp light as he quietly stared at the void. He knew that there must be a pair of eyes in the void, silently observing this place. Only the Ice Fire Saint Talisman's talisman spirit would be able to peep at this place. Zhuowen knew that only by gaining the recognition of the symbol spirit would he be able to completely control the power of the Ice Fire Sacred symbol. Little chap, it's really rare for you to have such a comprehension at such a young age. A loud laugh came from the void. Soon after, Zhuowen saw a ray of light appear at the other end of the path. This ray of light was also spreading out. Zhuowen pursed his lips and suddenly took a step forward. Soon after, the path behind him suddenly distorted and exploded like glass. Then, the distorted space turned into a beautiful starry sky. Zhuowen stepped on the starry sky. His white hair gradually turned black. The wrinkles on his face also gradually disappeared. Finally, an old man instantly turned into a delicate young man. In front of him, an ancient rune was quietly suspended in the air. An ancient and vicissitude aura was instantly emitted from this rune. Looking at the rune, Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. He knew that the rune in front of him should be the symbol spirit of the Ice Fire Sacred symbol. Little chap, you are the first person to step into my spiritual space in 10,000 years. The fact that you can reach this place already shows how strong your willpower is and how terrifying your talent is. However, it won't be so easy if you truly want to obtain control of the Ice Fire Saint symbol. A voice that carried the vicissitudes of life sounded from the symbol. It was like a buzzing sound in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen stood in front of the rune and bowed respectfully. The sacred symbol was a supreme treasure that had existed since the beginning of the world. Zhuowen naturally did not dare to slight such an ancient existence. Elder, what do you mean? Zhuowen asked respectfully. I'll tell you the truth. The Ice Fire Sacred symbol you obtained was merely formed from a wisp of my origin energy. It is not my actual body. However, I didn't expect you to be able to walk out of the seamless path of ice and fire and enter my spiritual space. It seems that you are not simple. The rune's voice sounded again. However, there was a trace of surprise and amazement in its voice. Only a wisp of origin energy. Zhuowen's face instantly turned green when he heard this. According to this rune, what he had risked his life to snatch wasn't the main body of the Holy Ice Fire rune. It was merely a strand of origin energy similar to a clone. Don't underestimate this wisp of origin energy. It replicates 20% of my actual body's power. If you can control this wisp of origin energy, you can forcefully combine the power of ice and fire to create an even more powerful explosive power. This should be enough for you. A cold laugh came from the rune. Chapter 134. A promise of 10 years. Little guy. His temperament was not bad. There was no free lunch in this world. How much you wanted to get, you had to pay the price. Sometimes, gains and sacrifices are equivalent. Another loud laughter came from the talisman. However, The laughter quickly came to an abrupt end, following which the voice from the rune became somewhat solemn. This wisp of power of origin was intentionally spread to the outside world by this seat for the sake of finding a fated person. Little guy, you can rely on your will to enter my soul space. You're not ordinary. Therefore, I only have one request, and that is that you must join the Divine Academy. Excellent God's Academy. Zhuowen was startled. He had never thought that the symbol spirit would actually mention the Divine Academy. This was already the second time he had heard the name Divine Academy. Last time, when they were fighting for the holy symbol of ice fire, Aoki had also mentioned it, and the fallen tyrant Blood seemed to be a member of the Divine Academy. Haven't you heard of Garcia Academy? The Fuling also sensed the confusion on Zhuowen's face and asked in bewilderment. Zhuowen nodded like a hoodlum, indicating that he really didn't know. Looks like you're from a very remote place. You haven't even heard of the Divine Academy. You should also know that Blue Dragon Hall is the #1 power in the Eastern Lands, and Fine God Academy's strength is only below Blue Dragon Hall. It can be said that they are the #2 power in the Eastern Lands. You must know that the Eastern Lands is vast, and there are countless powers within it. To be able to stand out from so many powers and become the second largest power in the Eastern Lands, it can be seen how powerful the Divine Academy is. When Zhuowen heard this, his eyes narrowed. He never would have thought that this so-called Fine Gods College was actually the second strongest power in the East. Their overall strength was only below the Blue Dragon Hall. Although Zhuowen wasn't clear about the distribution of power in the Eastern Land, he knew that the Eastern Land was very vast. From some ancient books, it could be seen that the area of the Eastern Land was several times larger than the Earth in his previous life. From this, one could see how big the entire Eastern Land was. Moreover, the Qing Xian Empire that Zhuowen belonged to seemed to be a small force among the countless forces in the entire Eastern Land. However, the strength of the strongest person in such a small force, Emperor Qing, had already reached the sovereign realm. Then, wouldn't those forces that were much stronger than the Qing Xian Empire have experts of the pilgrimage realm? On the heavenly armor continent, Saint Pilgrim realm powerhouses were hailed as saints by many warriors. Warriors who could reach such heights were almost at the top of the entire continent. Whether it was in terms of power or prestige, they had reached the point where they were revered by tens of thousands. My request is very simple. There is an ancient hall in the center of the Divine Academy. It is called the Hall of Ice and Fire. It contains both the extreme powers of ice and fire. The hall has a total of 18 levels. As long as you can enter the first 8 levels, I can use my origin energy to forcefully drag you to the 18th level. My main body is on the 18th level. The talisman spirit's voice fluctuated slightly. When Zhuowen heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. The talisman spirit said it so easily. Since the Divine Academy was the second most powerful force in the Eastern Land, its standards for accepting disciples must be very strict. With his current level, it would be very difficult for him to enter the Divine Academy. The talisman spirit seemed to have sensed Zhuowen's apprehension and sneered. Kid, this seat has already said that if you want to gain something, you have to pay a price. If you can't even enter the Divine Academy, then you should get out of here as soon as possible. The holy symbol of ice and fire is not something that a timid person like you can control. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen nodded and said, I promise you that I will try my best to enter the Divine Academy. However, the Hall of Ice and Fire shouldn't be easy to enter. Ha ha! Of course, since you've already agreed, this source energy will naturally belong to you. However, you only have 10 years. If you're unable to complete the mission I've given you in 10 years, I'll take back this source energy from you. Therefore, It's best for you to work hard to improve yourself. I'm looking forward to meeting you again at Fine God Academy." When the talisman spirit finished speaking, its voice abruptly stopped as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. However, the strange runes in the depths of the starry sky split into two and shot into the back of Zhuowen's hands. Zhuowen only felt a wave of heat on the back of his hand. Soon after, two special runes appeared clearly on the back of his hand. "Kid, remember, you only have 10 years. Now that my origin energy is almost exhausted, I must fall into a deep sleep. Therefore, I look forward to our next meeting. Before I leave, I will give you a small gift." The runes on the back of his hand suddenly brightened. The familiar voice of the talisman's spirit once again appeared in his mind. Immediately, a strange energy shot into his Qianquan bag. One could see a black-colored bead flying out of the bag and suspended in the midair. A familiar ripple was suddenly emitted from the bead after this energy completely entered it. Immediately, a dark black ink-like flame suddenly surged out and transformed into a black-colored pillar that seemed to pierce through the sky. Nirvana Demon Flame, looking at the fire pillar that shot towards the sky in front of him, he also knew that the small gift that the talisman spirit had mentioned should be to help him awaken the Nirvana Demon Flame from its deep sleep in advance. The fire pillar seemed to want to pierce through the sky as it stood in the empty space. Zhuowen could sense that the Nirvana Demon Flame's strength had already reached an extremely powerful level ever since it had absorbed the endless resentment within the evil fiend Devil Bead. If the strength of the Nirvana Demon Flame in the past had barely reached the level of the human stage, the current Nirvana Demon Flame's strength had undoubtedly reached the level of the peak of the human stage. The strength of the Nirvana Demon Flame at this level was not weaker than an ordinary peak corporeal yang expert. It was likely that it did not even need to fear a half step to the bright king stage expert. Zhuowen looked deeply into the empty space before bowing respectfully. He also knew the intention of the talisman spirit's actions. Rumble! At the same time, a thunder-like loud sound was transmitted from the empty space. Immediately, the entire bright starry sky began to distort after this loud sound. Zhuowen's consciousness also descended into darkness. When Zhuowen once again opened his eyes, he coincidentally saw a Xiao He dog in front of him. The dog's face was filled with fear as it stared at him. The worry in Xiao He's eyes gradually faded when he saw that Zhuowen had safely opened his eyes. Instead, he laughed shamelessly. "Hee. This dragon lord knew that you were very lucky and would not fall into a deep sleep without waking up. This dragon lord is really clever." Xiao He rolled his eyes at the conceited Xiao He dog in front of him. He could be considered to have gained a new understanding of the shamelessness of this Xiao He dog in front of him. He did not know who was the one who had been staring at him with a worried expression earlier. Now that he had woken up, the dog began to boast. "How many days have passed?" Zhuowen rubbed his head and asked. "About half a day. You were not in there for long. Speaking of which, did you manage to refine the holy talisman in the end?" Xiao He suddenly asked nervously. Zhuowen smiled and stretched out the back of his hands. There were two runes that almost matched each other on the back of his hands. If the two runes were combined together, they would form a complete rune. This rune was the core rune of the Holy Ice Fire rune. "You refined it? That's great. It seems that this dragon lord did not misjudge you. You actually managed to refine the Holy Ice Fire rune. With the Holy Ice Fire rune, you are destined to embark on the path of an unparalleled expert." Xiao He's eyes lit up when he saw the rune on the back of Zhuowen's hand. Seeing the joy on Xiao He's face, Zhuowen hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still told Xiao He about the agreement between the symbol spirits. Xiao He rubbed his chin with both paws. His gaze became serious, and his face suddenly became somewhat gloomy. "Kid, according to what I know, although the Holy Talisman is a treasure of heaven and earth and has a unique and powerful strength, the world is fair. The Holy Talisman has a powerful strength, but it does not have intelligence." Zhuowen's heart suddenly jumped when he heard this. If what Xiaohe said was true, and the Holy Talisman did not have intelligence, then who was the owner of the Holy Talisman talking to him in that strange space? That's impossible. After all, the Saint Talisman origin in my body was given to me by the person who called himself the Symbol Spirit. If he wasn't the Symbol Spirit of the Saint Talisman, how could he control the Ice Flame Saint Talisman and separate a strand of its origin energy? Zhuowen's heart became increasingly confused. After Xiaohe's reminder, there were indeed some loopholes in the words of the person who called himself the Symbol Spirit. Moreover, his tone was somewhat urgent, as if he could not wait any longer. The Symbol Spirit of the Holy Talisman is not the only one who can separate the Holy Talisman's origin energy. The true owner of the Holy Talisman also has this ability. However, forcefully separating the origin energy will cause some harm to the owner. Normally, the owner of the Holy Talisman will not do such a thankless task. Xiaohe narrowed his eyes, and his voice had completely calmed down. The owner of the Holy Talisman? Then why would he do such a thing? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to ask. Perhaps this mystery can only be solved when you enter Jia Shen Academy. However, you have to be extra careful with the owner of the Holy Talisman. That guy definitely does not have good intentions. Fortunately, you have only obtained a strand of the Holy Ice Fire Rune's origin energy. However, this is already a great opportunity for you. Xiaohe said cautiously. Zhuowen nodded slightly. After all, he had a 10-year agreement with the owner of the Holy Talisman. During these 10 years, the Holy Ice Fire Rune's origin energy in his body completely belonged to him. That's right. Since this Holy Ice Fire Rune is not complete, does it still help with the recovery of your soul energy origin energy? Zhuowen suddenly asked curiously. There should be more, but it is not as obvious as a complete Holy Talisman. Xiaohe said as he nodded slightly. Chapter 135. Leaving the Heaven Fiend Dark, Kid, the cold air current in the Heaven Fiend Dark is not simple. Even a corporeal Yang stage warrior would be smashed to pieces if they entered. Do you have the confidence to break out of this cold air current area? Xiaohe stared at the youth in front of him in astonishment. I have already mastered the ice fire holy symbol. Although it is not complete, its power is extraordinary. The ice fire holy symbol has the ability to control the cold air and the power of fire. Although the cold air current in the Heaven Fiend Dark is powerful, it is only an ordinary cold current. It is only because there is so much cold air here that it has become such a dangerous situation. Zhuowen stared at the cold air current that was constantly sweeping up above him. His eyes were filled with calmness. What you said makes sense. However, if you really can't hold on, you can use the power of the Ice Fire Holy Symbol to forcefully recover this Dragon Lord. At that time, this Dragon Lord will bring you out of this damned place. Xiaohe nodded and agreed. In that case, let's try the power of the Ice Fire Holy Symbol. As Zhuowen spoke, he clenched his right hand into the air, and the symbol on the back of his hand suddenly emitted an icy blue light. The symbol on the back of his right hand represented the power to control the cold air, so it displayed an icy blue color. The symbol on his left hand represented the power to control the power of fire, so it should display a fiery red color. The instant Zhuo, when extended his right hand, the cold qi flow above the Heaven Fiend Dark, seemed to have stopped. It instantly came to a standstill. Immediately, It stopped for around 15 minutes before the endless cold chi flow in the sky suddenly poured into the symbol on the back of Zhuo Wen's hand like 10,000 rivers rushing into the sea. Zhuo Wen only felt a chill on the back of his hand. Immediately after, he felt a cool and strange energy enter his body. This strange energy spread to his limbs and bones, making him feel an indescribable sense of comfort all over his body. Then, the endless cold air current in the sky surrounded Zhuo Wen. Being in the huge cold air current, Zhuo Wen did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, he felt cool and comfortable. Under the cover of the cold air current, Zhuo Wen's body gradually floated up. As expected of the ice fire holy symbol, the cold air current of the heaven fiend dark eye is like an obedient child in front of it. It doesn't dare to be presumptuous at all. Zhuo Wen sensed the cold energy flow around him that was like a barrier. He could feel that when he used the ice rune on his right hand, the cold energy flow transmitted traces of reverence. Obviously, the cold air current chi did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the ice fire holy symbol. After all, the ice fire holy symbol was a treasure that had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. The ice fire holy symbol contained the ice symbol and the fire symbol. It contained a pressure that all the cold air and flames in heaven and earth feared. Although the ice fire holy symbol that Zhuo Wen currently possessed was incomplete, it was not something that the ordinary cold air of the heaven fiend dark eye could defy. Moreover, Zhuo Wen could feel that as he floated up, the ice symbol continuously absorbed the endless cold air around him. As the cold air was continuously absorbed by the symbol, Zhuo Wen could feel a strange energy entering his body from the back of his hand. After this energy entered his body, it continuously nourished the Yuan power in his Dantian and the mental energy in his Naiwen palace. Zhuo Wen knew that this strange energy was most likely transformed from the cold air absorbed by the ice symbol. What surprised Zhuo Wen was that under the nourishment of this strange energy, the Yuan power and mental energy in his body increased. No wonder Xiaohe had said that the ice fire holy symbol had undeniable benefits for both cultivators and arcana masters. There were still quite a number of cultivators at the edge of the heaven fiend dark eye, constantly searching and searching. 2 months ago, a young man called Zhuo Wen had fearlessly faced the 3 strongest cultivators of Luchuan town. After experiencing a disastrous battle, this young man had finally chosen to enter the heaven fiend dark eye. Along with his disappearance was the mysterious treasure that the Lu clan and the Mercenary Alliance had been searching for. Many cultivators were here with the mentality of trying their luck. They knew that if the mysterious treasure in Zhuo Wen's hands was coincidentally thrown out by the cold air current of the heaven fiend dark eye and found by them, they would very likely rise to prominence. It was with this mentality of trying their luck that most of the cultivators of Luchuan town were here. They tirelessly searched every corner of the heaven fiend dark eye. However, to their disappointment, they did not even see the shadow of the mysterious treasure. Although they had not seen any signs of the mysterious treasure after 2 months of searching, this place had become increasingly lively. Originally, most of the people here were from the Lu clan and the Mercenary Alliance. However, due to the fact that Zhuo Wen had single-handedly defeated the 3 strongest cultivators of Luchuan town that day, many cultivators who did not belong to either side had come because of his reputation. It was precisely because of Zhuo Wen's powerful performance 2 months ago and the rumors that constantly spread in Luchuan town that had intentionally or unintentionally molded Zhuo Wen into a genius youth who was not afraid of strong enemies. Even the Lu clan and the Mercenary Alliance did not expect that the great battle that day would bring Zhuo Wen such great popularity. His popularity had even faintly surpassed the current Lu clan and the Mercenary Alliance. What's that? The heaven fiend dark eye seems to have gone berserk. The originally quiet environment at the edge of the heaven fiend dark eye was immediately broken by a surprised voice. As the voice sounded, countless cultivators here turned their gazes towards the heaven fiend dark eye in the sky. When they saw the scene of the heaven fiend dark eye clearly, a trace of shock surfaced on their faces. In the sky above the heavenly fiend dark eye, the gigantic eyeball that was formed by endless cold aura suddenly trembled. The endless cold aura actually formed a huge spiral vortex at the pupil of the eyeball. It was as if there was a powerful energy in the depths of the pupil that stirred up the cold aura of the entire heavenly fiend dark eye. What's going on? Why is such a strange phenomenon happening in the heaven fiend dark eye? That's right. The heaven fiend dark eye has been sitting peacefully in the depths of the annihilation forest for thousands of years. Today, it seems to be a little restless, as if someone is wantonly destroying it inside. On the empty ground, there was an uproar in an instant. Countless cultivators raised their heads to look at the heaven fiend dark eye that had begun to churn violently. The cold air currents on the surface of the heaven fiend dark eye were like blades that swept across the entire space, cutting it apart. Some of the cold air currents that leaked out even sprayed onto the empty ground. Some of the cultivators who could not dodge in time were immediately seriously injured by the cold air currents. At the empty ground where the cold air currents landed, a deep pit that was several feet in size was smashed out. Staring at the deep pit created by the cold air currents in front of them, all the cultivators' pupils contracted. They did not expect that just one cold air current could cause such a huge destructive force. If countless cold air currents with such terrifying power appeared at the same time, many of the cultivators felt a chill in their hearts at the thought of this possibility. No wonder the heaven fiend dark eye was called a dead end. The cold air flow inside was too terrifying. Just one wave was enough to make them unable to withstand it. Quick, look, it seems like something is coming out from inside. Oh my God, in such a terrifying cold air current, what kind of existence is able to remain unharmed in the cold air current? As these words fell, the other cultivators also cast their gazes towards the depths of the heaven fiend dark eye. Indeed, as the previous person had said, there was indeed a dark figure in the depths, slowly moving towards the outside. What made these cultivators even more incredulous was that the figure that seemed to be coming out from the depths of the heaven fiend dark eye seemed to be a human figure. In other words, it was very likely that the figure that had appeared from the depths of the heaven fiend dark eye was a human cultivator. Thinking of this possibility, it immediately caused the hearts of all the martial artists to tremble fiercely. To be able to come out unscathed from so many terrifying cold air currents, just what level of strength did this martial artist have? Under the gazes of so many people, in the depths of the heaven fiend dark eye, a figure surrounded by endless cold air finally appeared in front of everyone. However, what made everyone stunned again was that this figure was actually a 15 or 16-year-old youth. The youth's face was delicate and handsome, and his expression was indifferent. At a glance, he seemed to be harmless to both humans and animals. This youth was Zhuowen, who had just come out of the heaven fiend dark eye. With the help of the ice runes in his body, it was not difficult for Zhuowen to walk out of the heaven fiend dark eye. The youth gently waved his right hand, and the cold air currents around his body immediately supported him as he slowly landed on the ground. As the youth landed, everyone's gazes gathered on him. The youth also noticed the gazes around him. He frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Everyone, is there anyone from the Lu family or the Mercenary Alliance here?" As the youth's voice fell, all the cultivators present involuntarily cast their gazes in the same direction. In that direction, there was a group of neatly dressed cultivators. The leader of this group of cultivators seemed to have reached the half-step corporeal yang stage. He, don't even think about leaving today. All of you will stay here. Zhuowen stared at the neatly dressed cultivators, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a cold arc. Soon after, Zhuowen suddenly took out the dragon vein saber, which was as tall as a person, from his chinquan bag. Then his entire body turned into a ghost as he rushed towards the group of people. When the leader of the group heard Zhuowen's words, he was a little angry and sneered, "What an arrogant brat! You actually dare to speak such arrogant words. Do you know what kind of colossus our Lu family is? It's precisely because I know that you are from the Lu family that I came to find you. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do?" A cold voice suddenly came from behind the leader. The leader suddenly turned his head and saw a youth smiling at him. Soon after, a huge broadsword swept towards him. Bang! Under the huge force of the dragon vein saber, the leader of the Lu family was instantly sent flying. In the end, he flew into the heaven fiend Dark Eye, which was filled with cold air. A shrill scream came from the heaven fiend Dark Eye. Soon after, the scream came to an abrupt end. When the scream came to an abrupt end, the empty ground instantly fell into silence. Then, a series of difficult swallowing sounds suddenly rang out. The Lu family leader's cultivation had reached the half-step corporeal yang stage. He was considered the strongest among these cultivators, but he was killed by this youth in one move.